Ladies and gentlemen, Nicole Philbrick, Miss South Dakota 2000. We have exciting news at the foundation. There's only so much work volunteers can do, so we've taken on a full-time executive director, and I'd like to take a moment to introduce everyone here to Maiken Metchling. Maiken, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. It's an exciting day and certainly an exciting time for the foundation. I'd like to thank everybody. This is one of the greatest opportunities of my career. I've spent over 40 years in the not-for-profit fundraising world, and this is probably the ultimate job for me. I'm a Cape May County girl, born and raised in Cape May, New Jersey, so I'm a South Jersey girl. I'm a Miss America girl all the way. Grew up in it, understand it, and absolutely appreciate it. And the exciting part for me is that I get to spend the latter part of my career being able to support women and women's empowerment through education, and I am so excited to be able to do that. So please, if you see me, stop me. Anything you have to say, anything you want to offer to us in terms of words of encouragement or opportunities to move our agenda, please stop me and do so. Have a great day. Thank you for coming.
There's a lot more scholarships. Statistics show that a lot more scholarships are available to men than there are to women. But yet, as you've seen throughout this competition week, we've got some really smart young ladies here. And it's these women that we want to empower through scholarship to be able to penetrate the glass ceiling and get those big jobs in corporate America, in schools, in military, in whatever their career pursuit, and help facilitate that. Because right now, there's a disparity. Many more scholarships available to men than there are women. We're going to change that.
The scholarships are critical. These are young, bright, energetic women of the future, and the opportunity for them to be able to have funding for their education is just spectacular. In a perfect world, all these bright women would be able to leave college debt-free.
I began competing in the Miss America organization as a teen, so I did the teen program for 4 years, and I did the Miss program collectively for 4 years as well before I won Miss America and that $50,000 scholarship. So over the course of my participation, I've won over $73,000 in scholarship assistance from Miss America. I've used it to do things like take dance classes. I also finished a degree at the Fashion Institute of Technology, and I used it to pay my rent while I was in school too. So there's a lot of different uses for the scholarship money here at the Miss America organization and with the foundation, and I'm very grateful for that. And post Miss America and post my degree at FIT, I worked in the news. I was a news anchor for a local NBC affiliate, and then I ran for Congress in Alabama.
Well, it took me half a decade to win the Miss Kentucky title to get to Miss America. So I had 5 wonderful years of gaining scholarship at both the preliminary and the state competition before I got to Miss America. And I graduated debt-free with an undergraduate in fashion design, a Bachelor of Science, and a Master's of Design. So it was really great coming from a low-income family to be able to graduate debt-free.
So I'm a doctor of veterinary medicine, and I was able to graduate from veterinary school debt-free because of my Miss America scholarship. Over the course of competing in the Miss America system, I won $44,000 in scholarship all told, and that allowed me to pay back the loans that I had already taken to get to that point in my education, as well as finish paying for the education that I had left. So, I never had to pay the loan debt that we are dealing with as a country right now because of this system, and I'm eternally grateful for that.
When I see the women today, I think only when we have the resources can we really do what it is that we need to do. It's impossible to really multitask unless we have the resources. This multitasking thing, it really can't be done unless you have the resources. You think, oh, you can do everything. That's so silly. You can't do everything unless you have resources, unless you have a plan, unless you have a way to do it. But when these women have resources, when they have a voice, they can do things that they never thought they can do. And the Miss America organization gives them the resources through the scholarship, give them the voice to get the message out, and that is what is happening here. And there are other ways to do that, but the Miss America organization gives women sometimes a voice that they might not have ever had. And that's what's exciting about seeing that here, because there are messages sometimes that might not have ever gotten out, and there are scholarship resources that are here that might not have ever gotten to that right woman because of their specific talent and their specific skill.
I became Miss America and received a $10,000 scholarship. It gave me a great deal of determination, will to succeed, and because of that, and because of the scholarship, a couple years later I had a stroke that left me paralyzed and without speech. So because of the Miss America pageant, because of what I had done during that year and the determination and the willing to actually overcome, it helped me during my stroke years that left me paralyzed and without speech. So that was, it's a blessing that I survived.
It's important for girls' education, and this is something we have to do. When I won, I got $5,000, and all I wanted to do was to go to college. And this is what it was encouraging people at that point to do, young ladies, to go to school and to have an education. Now, look at the degrees that are available for them all. It's just amazing in the fields that they're going into. And I think it's a wonderful, wonderful program, and it's just great.
When I talk to business owners and organizations, the top two issues, if not the number one issue they face, it's the number two issue they face, and that's a capable workforce. And as we interviewed each and every one of those scholarship finalists, it was clear that any one of them could run a Fortune 500 company eventually. When you look at workforce development, this is the crew that you want on your team. These women are not only accomplished in their personal lives, but in their academic and some of them even in their professional lives, have achieved multiple degrees and certifications, have very clear goals, and I would put them in front of any stakeholders in any corporation.
The candidates are participating in a really interesting and pivotal time. Miss America is going through a transformation and looking for her new place in society, and so it takes quite a bit of courage for the young ladies who are competing now to compete with the heart and the gusto that they have. It's important for them to be able to reap the benefits of this program. Every interview that I ever had to, every job I ever had to interview for, I was able to out-interview everybody else because of the skills I learned in this program. I've worked in television for 2 decades, and I was able to take the criticisms and the ultra-competitive nature of broadcast news industry because of the skills I learned in this program. So these women, whether they become Miss America or not, are gaining skills and attributes that will serve them for the rest of their lives.
Well said. Very good. Thank you so much.
Well, you can see it on the news every single day. They talk about student debt and the skyrocketing tuition prices. And so when you can offer an organization and a platform for young women to be able to gain a higher education and to possibly graduate debt-free, it's an incredible opportunity for these young ladies. And I always encourage them, compete every single year of your eligibility, because every step of the way you're gaining scholarship dollars. You know, some choose to sit out a year or not do their entire duration for their age range. And I said, you know what? Compete every single year of your eligibility, because it only, chinks up the change for your scholarship, and the more times you compete, the more money you can gain.
School is so expensive now, and with the scholarship, it just helps them pay for the schooling, but so many of them are teachers and educators and judges and lawyers and veterinarians, and it's amazing when I hear what these women have done, even the state winners. I'm so impressed with what they have done because of that scholarship.
The women who are here at Miss America 2020 are phenomenal. I had the chance to sit into the Miss America Foundation scholarship interviews, which for the first time ever we opened up to the public, and we want to say thank you to Dakota State University, of course, for making that possible. But those scholarship interviews were really a look into what these women are capable of and how they think and their career paths, and I felt that they were so impressive to the point that I wondered would I have made it through it during my time as Miss America. So I'm very excited to see which one of those women becomes Miss America 2020.
A couple days ago, we had a scholarship interview day here during competition week, and what readily showed through was so obvious was how smart these young ladies are. They're determined, they're driven, they're accomplished. I looked at the number of their resumes, and it's amazing what they've accomplished at such a young age in their lives. Now, what we want to do is now empower these young ladies even further. Sky's the limit, and we want to make available scholarships to them, and that's our purpose here today.
Businesses should support the foundation for lots of reasons, but the primary reason is these are their future leaders, these are their future management, these are their future CEOs, and the faster they can invest in that future, the better.
It's been fantastic. Great turnout. We've had some donations that came in just as people walked in the building with some checks that were just a real great surprise, and this is going to allow us to go and advance our mission of providing scholarships to young women.
Miss America 2020.
Before she starts her interview, can I do something?
Sure. Well, thank you all for being here. I am so excited and really shocked and thrilled. I'm now Miss America 2020. My name is Camille Schreier, and I am from Virginia. I grew up outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and moved to Virginia in 2015 to attend Virginia Tech, which is my alma mater. I have 2 degrees from there in biochemistry and systems biology, and now I'm a graduate student at Virginia Commonwealth University pursuing a doctor of pharmacy. And this scholarship will go toward all of those bills that are going to come at me in the remaining 3 years I have of my doctoral program. And what I want to take a minute to talk to you all about is why I'm standing here, because it's because of the changes to Miss America 2.0. This is something that I never thought that I could compete in the Miss America organization. I always admired it. When Mallory Hagan was crowned in 2013, I was in Las Vegas, and I watched with my mom, and I just admired. And I kind of figured that I would never stand on that stage because I was a woman that did not want to get in a swimsuit on stage, and I didn't have a performing talent, which is really ironic now. And it took me that long to figure out that I did have talents, and when the organization changed to eliminate that swimsuit competition, it gave me an opportunity to come forward as a person who is a little bit different. I'm really out of the box, and that's really authentic to who I am, and I think that one of the messages that I really want to spread this year, it's not just about science. Do I love science? Of course I do. But it's more about being the woman who God made you to be. Be the person who you are. Don't try to be like anybody else. If I had ever danced or sang on the Miss America stage, I would have never been standing here. I would have never won my state title as Miss Virginia. And so it's those changes that brought me here, and what will bring more women like me forward. Because what this organization needs right now is candidates and sponsorships. We need to pay bills. And as a scientist, I've been able to bring sponsorships to my own state of Virginia through chemical companies and large organizations, Fortune 500 companies that want to work with me because I'm different and I'm a scientist. And so that's something I'm hoping to bring to this organization at a national level. And so that's really what I'm excited to do, be able to spread my platform, my social impact initiative of Mind Your Meds, talking about drug safety and abuse prevention, getting naloxone in every single person's pocket, being able to understand that that's not just for drug addicts. It's really important. And talking about medication safety, it's something that we overlook, but every person in this room has probably taken a medication at some point or knows someone that has. And those are really important issues that we need to be able to face, and something that I'm excited to do as Miss America. And now I'm excited to be able to have completed this fabulous week. Thanks to the Mohegan Sun, I've actually been here since December 8th, so it's been about 11 days. I have not been outside in 11 days, so I'm very excited to see the sunshine. My vitamin D levels are probably dangerously low. Excited to get some fresh air too, but I am excited to have been here at the Mohegan Sun. They have treated us very well. It's been a great experience for all of us, the other candidates. Thank you so much to Passion Roses for my incredible bouquet of roses. That was really exciting, especially to NBC, who has worked with us since the beginning of this process. I remember learning that we were going to be on NBC before I even competed for my state competition, learning the date and the location, and their production crew has been fabulous. I really enjoyed the way that the production went, except for the fact that I kept being the second to last one there, and they were like waiting, and there's me and one other person. It was like being a first runner-up almost like 4 times. That was a little scary. I had a little bit of a heart attack, so that was fine, but it worked out. Thank you also to Sherry Hill, who will be providing me wardrobe this year, and I'm really excited for this year. This is a really exceptional opportunity. I'm ready to redefine what this organization means and really bring this into the future, into 2020, and be able to show, just like I said on stage, that Miss America can be a scientist and that a scientist can be Miss America. So thank you all very much. Yes.
How do you make Miss America more relevant today?
I think by doing exactly what I did, by doing a talent that was really outside of the box. I'm showing that I can be a woman who is poised and articulate, but I also love science, and I can bring in people that maybe had never seen themselves in the organization, kind of like me. And so whether or not your talent is, you're an artist, we had a couple really unique talents this year. We had someone that spun pottery, and then someone that did a speed painting, and I was so excited to see that, breaking out of the box, breaking out of the mold, and being authentic to yourself. And I think that we need to bring that down to all the children that Miss America talks to, that I'm not a beauty queen. I am really someone who has this position. I'm a brand ambassador for this organization, and I'm more than just someone with a crown on my head. Hi there.
Congratulations.
Thank
Debbie
you.
Turner Bell, Miss America 1990, but also doing double duty with BBC
Awesome.
World Service. I want to ask you, how will you reassure the volunteers and the supporters of this organization that the heritage and the history of Miss America will not be lost in the changes of Miss America 2.0?
I think that we're already seeing that. I'm wearing a crown. I still have the crown of Miss America. I'm a woman who loves an evening gown. We wore them on stage, and I think that we have a lot of the traditional aspects of Miss America and the things that always made it great. But just like maybe in 1921, where this was only a swimsuit competition on the boardwalk in Atlantic City, we're moving with culture, and we're going to remain relevant, but we need to change to stay relevant in this changing culture of our time right now. And I think that we need to adapt, and so that's something that I love. I'm a traditional person. I mean, I love tradition, but I think that we need to change them to make things more relevant.
How do you perceive the Miss America pageant, or do you perceive the Miss America pageant any differently now that you've won the title?
I think I do because of Miss America 2.0. It's not the Miss America that I grew up watching, and I'm excited about that. And I'm excited to be an ambassador for the change of this organization and show that a woman like me who might have never seen herself in this organization, I'm a woman that has recovered from an eating disorder, and so putting myself on stage in a swimsuit wouldn't have been a healthy choice for me. And I think that women should have the opportunity to if they so choose, but particularly that wasn't something that I wanted to choose for myself. And so I think that we're changing this and bringing this into the future, into 2020, and being able to give girls like me an opportunity to earn a lot of scholarship dollars for my graduate education.
Could you just tell us a little bit about how you developed your talent and how you put it all together?
Yes, so the funny story is I competed in one local competition. I decided to do a local for Miss Virginia the first week of April on a complete whim and sprung it on my parents, and they were like, okay, well, what are you going to do for a talent? Because they know I don't sing or dance or play an instrument or do any of those kind of traditional performing talents. And so I always loved watching science demonstrations in my classrooms, but I'm particularly inspired by a woman named Kate the Chemist, who is a professional science entertainer and a she's actually a PhD from University of Texas at Austin, and she's a professor there. And she does this on talk shows. She does it for kids, and I loved that. And I'm like, I'm going to do a small version of this. And so I bought my glassware and my chemicals on Amazon. You can buy a lot of things on Amazon. and I ordered them to my house, and I tested it in my friend's backyard. I brought it to a larger scale at Miss Virginia, and it really was a crowd pleaser. I wasn't sure how it was going to come across, because I know I have to be very engaging when I do it, and that's part of the thing that I do in schools. I bring this to schools on a smaller scale constantly to get kids really excited about science. So that's kind of the way that it's developed, but it's been something that I've been really passionate about, and I'm excited to be able to share something really different and take a risk, because I think it's important, especially in my generation, that people are afraid to take risks, and sometimes risks can pay off.
Firstly, I want to say congratulations.
Yes.
Something that I love that you said on stage tonight is that you think that Miss America should have a seat at the table in terms of really, enacting change in our society. But in a time when people don't really understand the Miss America competition, and maybe even Miss America 2.0, do you think that with this job you really can make change?
I absolutely think so, because I'm already doing it as Miss Virginia. I've had Fortune 500 companies reach out to me via media, and social media is a powerful tool. I had companies invite me to come to their corporate headquarters to talk about women in STEM and give me a seat at their tables very physically. And so I'm doing that already as a state title holder, and that's something I'll continue as Miss America.
Your answer about Miss America not being able to be a mother, many women in STEM are moms. I myself am a single mom. You talked about Miss America being a job. So how do you reach out to all those women who are single mothers, who are working mothers, when you've kind of just said, like, you can't be Miss America and be a mom?
I think that Miss America is a very unique job, and quite honestly, I'm worried about what I'm going to do with my 2 cats at home right now when I take this job and I'm on the road constantly, and I think that it just logistically would not be something that would be possible. I don't think that you could do both well, and I think that it's important. I took a year off from my education to be Miss Virginia because I wouldn't have been able to spend enough time being Miss Virginia or being in school, and I wouldn't have done either of those well, and I think that this is a very special job where you need to dedicate all of your time, all of your energy, and I think that that's why particularly I think that I stand by my answer, but I can understand the way that we might be able to include other people, and of course I respect women that are working moms doing other things, but this is a very different job, I think.
How do you view the social impact of you being Miss America?
I think that I'm hoping I'm breaking the internet at this point. I haven't seen my phone or the news, but I'm the second woman ever to perform a science demonstration on the Miss America stage. First one to ever win a preliminary talent competition with that at the Miss America competition, and the first Miss America to ever do a talent like that, do a science demonstration. I think that I'm changing what it means, and I think that that's kind of what I'm doing right now.
Steve Elk, Global Toy News. How are you? Virginia Tech graduate, by the way.
Oh, go
Congratulations. Electrical engineer as well. So this is not a social impact question. Is there something you did or played with as a child that led you to a career or STEM and things like that?
I was always the girl outside with bugs and snakes, so it was kind of like a nature thing. I jokingly said that I wanted to be a naturologist when I was probably 4, because that was my best description of I loved biology. I grew up cooking in the kitchen with my parents. I was like a 6-year-old making yeasted doughs and making meringue, and that was really fun for me, and what I didn't realize was that was science. I had really inspirational science teachers who encouraged me throughout my time. My mom's also a nurse, so I grew up around kind of medical field, but I don't have like a specific moment or something, but I was always surrounded with things that allowed me to get in depth with STEM, and so that's something that stuck with me.
You talked about overcoming an eating disorder on stage tonight and overcoming other mental health disorders as well. What would you say to maybe young women or men out there who watched you tonight and watched you win? What message would you have for them?
I think that when you look at someone like a Miss America, it's very easy to perceive that person as someone who has never had struggles in their life, and that's so untrue. I think all of us have secret battles that we've faced, and I think it's important as someone who's gone through those battles and come out on the other side stronger for me to share my story with people so that they can understand that these are things that we go through. They're normal, and I think that when I was going through those particular disorders, I still struggle with obsessive compulsive disorder, and that's something that went untreated for a long time, but is something that has made me be more cognizant of people's invisible illnesses. I also have a genetic disorder, so I am constantly fighting battles inside of myself, and that's something that you don't see from the outside, but we all have those things inside of us that we struggle with, and so to be a voice for people who are struggling, I think that that's a really important job that I have this year.
history was made yesterday with our third president to be impeached. You guys were lacking phones and kind of out of the world, like you just mentioned. What was the buzz backstage for all of you strong women?
We were kind of trying to keep up to date. I'm a person that I usually listen to podcasts in the morning to make sure that I'm staying up to date on news. So we've had our phones throughout the week. We just lost them today before the broadcast, and so I've been staying up to date with the podcast that I typically listen to. The buzz was just kind of talking about this. We were all concerned that we were going to get an onstage question about the impeachment, so we were all very prepared for that. But that didn't actually end up happening, and so we're all just we're trying to stay in touch as much as we can, and that's the benefit of having our phones and technology. You know, it's something that we've been able to see coming. What I'm always interested in is that people woke up today thinking that President Trump was no longer the president because they don't necessarily understand how our government works and that it still has to go through the Senate.
Hi, my name is Kira O'Brien Murray. I actually work for the American Heart Association doing social media for them at this event. Congratulations, first of all. Second, I love the red. Go Red for Women, American Heart Association. I just can't help but mention that.
Awesome.
Both of our organizations, both the American Heart Association and the Miss America organization, work to empower women. Cardiovascular diseases is the #1 killer of women, and so I'd like to know a little bit more about how you think you might be able to empower women in the next year to taking care of their heart health.
As someone who is pursuing a degree in a doctor of pharmacy, this is something that's near and dear to my heart. I'm someone, I think the perception of people in pharmacy and medicine is that as a pharmacist, I'm supposed to just give you medicine. But in reality, a lot of what we do is preventing people from having to need to take medicine. And so being able to talk to people about living a healthy lifestyle, being able to really have a well-rounded, balanced life, I think is so important. And that's something that I can advocate for both as a healthcare professional and as Miss America.
You might not have seen this, but there's a video going around from Miss DC saying that she was pressured not to talk about her social platform because it dealt with children and sexual assault. Do you feel like you felt pressure from the Miss America organization to conform to their idea of what a Miss America ought to be?
Absolutely not. I was very much open to being able to say and do what I wanted. They gave us a lot of flexibility, and I think that one of the things regarding what you're speaking of is being able to be flexible and adaptable with what the production is looking for and what the organization is looking for. And so I absolutely did not feel silenced. No one told me what to say. No one told me what to do. No one told me what to wear. I did everything exactly how I would like.
Hi, Aneta Constantinides from Business Insider. I just kind of want to piggyback on that because we were talking about how Miss America can be a place to talk about silent disorders and eating disorders. And so do you agree that sexual assault and survivors have a place on that stage as well? That's such a huge issue that affects women all over America.
Absolutely. I think I shared my own story of overcoming a challenge like having an eating disorder. And so I do think that women should absolutely be able to say what they're looking for and what's important to them.
You mentioned that you're going. Winning the Miss America title is going to be a full-time job for you. Mm-hmm. Does this mean that you're going to take a break from pursuing your doctoral degree?
So I actually already have taken the year off from my doctoral degree to be Miss Virginia. My role as Miss Virginia was also full-time, and so I dedicated this year to being Miss Virginia. And now I jokingly told my university, who all were probably watching tonight, I'm like, well, we're going to find out if I'm class of 2023 or 2024 tonight, because I knew I was going to have to take another year off, and I had pre-warned them. But with the caveat of we have a 1 in 51 chance that I'm not coming back next year. But they have been overwhelmingly supportive and so excited, especially because my social impact initiative is related to my career. To be able to take that on a national scale is really exciting for them.
And hello. And for fun?
What do I do for fun? Well, when I have time, I have 2 cats at home that are my little fur babies. I'm a crazy cat lady, I'll tell you that. I really enjoy cooking and baking. That's one of the things that I said I loved as a child and something I still do. I'm a meal prepper, which might be hard this year, but we'll figure it out. I enjoy floral design. I actually took a floral arranging class at Virginia Tech. That was like the only class I got to choose to take because all of my other ones were like hardcore science classes. Most fun. I mean, it's a really enjoyable thing for for me to be able to do. So I do, that's an artistic expression too, so it's funny because we talk about like I'm a person that did a science talent, but in reality I do enjoy art and other kinds of expression. And so when I do have free time, I do things like that. But I don't have a lot of it right now, and I presume I might have less this year. I am just me. That's all I need right now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And
thank you.
Instant nerves. I'm not one to get nervous, and so I was a little taken aback by my reaction, but this is Miss America, and it's something that I have worked so hard for so many years, and to feel the reality hit that the time has come is so surreal, and so instant nerves, but in the best way.
Tell us, what have you learned throughout this entire experience?
Oh my goodness, just to take everything in stride. Everything happens for a reason, and I was placed here for a purpose, and so regardless of whatever happens this week, just know that God placed me here, and great things are meant to happen out of it.
What memory will you remember always from your time at Miss America?
Oh gosh, I don't know if I have one specific memory. Of course, all of these great girls that I've been able to meet and spend a whole experience with. Something like this, whenever you're in such a unique experience, you become instant friends because you are all sharing the same experience, once in a lifetime opportunity. I will also remember Seasons Buffet because we've eaten there so many times and the food's so great. And then also just the fact that all my family and friends have poured in all the way from Louisiana the week before Christmas, which just means the world.
My goodness, I was emotional actually. All week it kind of hadn't really felt real to me. I felt like I was just hanging out with my friends, like maybe I was back at Miss Mississippi just getting ready for another show. But the moment the music turned on and I turned that corner and was on the stage, I teared up and was very emotional. It finally felt real, it sunk in, and I was living my dream.
Final question, what would you say this whole experience has taught you?
It has taught me the value of surrounding yourself with women who are like-minded as you and have high goals the way that you do, and women who value the same things that you do. It has been such a remarkable and inspiring experience to be surrounded by these 50 women all week. It has inspired me to push even what I thought my boundaries were and to achieve more, and I'm so thankful to know all of them.
This has been the Louisiana Hometown Network. If you would like more information, please contact us.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Book Club. We're glad you're here.
I'm Deb Henkels. I'm your host, and my guest this time goes by on his book, D.A. Field, but his name is Daryl. So Daryl Field, who wrote the Blood Memory Society. And Daryl, welcome
to the
show.
Thanks for having me.
I have to say, I loved this book.
Thank you.
And I can see where it could be a movie.
Thanks.
And there was another book we read for book club where I thought the novelist the book was long, and then at the end she had this big intense chase scene and this and that, and it didn't fit the book. Mm-hmm. Yours at the end fit the book, in my opinion, and was so good. And when my husband came in the room when I was reading it, I'm like, just a minute, this is really good.
Oh, good. Well, that's your hope as a writer, right? To kind of keep you captivated and keep it going and make sure things are fitting correctly. And for me, I tried to make it as realistic as I could. You know, you're talking about the idea that memories can be inherited, so you really got to work on trying to make the reader believe that. And
now, tell us the premise of that Blood Memory Society.
So the idea is that memories can be inherited, mm-hmm. and there's a certain select few people in the world that have this ability to inherit their ancestors' memories, and so they're super intelligent, and the government rely on them for ideas and inventions, so they keep them well protected in this secret organization called the Blood Memory Society. So this memory that's passed down the bloodline is called blood memory. And so, but someone's killing off the Blood Memory Society, so they hire this young fertility doctor to come in and try to figure out, how are memories inherited before we lose them all? How can this be possible? So as he gets involved, he's soon on the run for his life as assassins are chasing him, and he's trying to protect this young lady with a 400-year-old memory.
Well, I love that premise because I always think, what a waste of time that everybody has to relearn everything in the past. Like you get your PhD and something, you study it and go on, then the next person has to learn your stuff. So I would love it if it were true.
Can you imagine with the head start you'd have on everyone else?
Yes.
And but you think of these things, and the way I came up with it mm-hmm. is 20 years ago I was in a genetics class, and I talk about this in the book a little bit, and we were talking about this idea that really exists in the animal kingdom called genetic memory. And it's the idea that there are some things in the animal world that are more intense, more real than just instinct. And so we were discussing this mouse experiment. So they put this mouse in a box, and they drew a white line across the box about halfway. So when the mouse crossed the white line, it got an electrical shock. Okay, so just like Pavlov's dogs, mm-hmm. eventually the mouse learns not to cross the white line. Well, mice reproduce very, very fast. So after the 11th or 12th generation of mouse, they could take a baby mouse with no influence from its parents, and they could put it in the box, and it knew not to cross the white line. It was born with the knowledge not to cross that white line.
Is this true?
So that's true. It's called genetic memory. There's a lot of other examples in the insect world especially, but there's a new one that they just determined a couple of years ago, and they were studying elephants, and they found that the female elephant, when she gets pregnant, she walks the dirt path to the watering hole many, many more times than she needs to. And they learned that she does this because if she dies during birth, the baby knows how to get to water and will survive.
How do they know that?
Well, that's what you have to talk to the scientists, but these are real neuroscientists that have done this kind of thing.
Well, I've read before where, like, say they took some cells from your hand, or your fingers separated from your hand or something, and it's 2,000 miles away, that if you touch those cells, it will cause a reaction in the host.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I mean, there's things, the monarch butterfly flies from Canada to South America, and it takes 3 generations to get there and back. So, I mean, how do they know all this stuff? You know? So my idea was, when we were talking about this genetic memory that really does exist, I thought, well, what if one human memory could be passed down the line? And I'm like, if I ever write a book, that's what it's going to be about. And so then that kind of evolved into there's certain people that actually inherit the entire memory. And so that to me was just fascinating. Then you start thinking about things like, well, what is deja vu? I mean, what is deja vu? I mean, you know, we've all all experienced it, but you know, in French it means already seen. But what is it exactly? I mean, so you probably act, your mannerisms and the way you act, and maybe even some of your thought processes may be very similar to someone that lived in your family 500 years ago. Okay,
that's crazy.
That information is passed down your genetic code, just like your hair color and your eye color. And so maybe it's not that far of a stretch to think that as we evolve, maybe our brains evolve more. You know, in this kind of this mixed up social soup that we live in now, we really don't need longer fangs and bigger claws. It's the evolution of the brain and the mind that's really going to be the powerful and successful.
Yeah, I just saw on Facebook a friend posted their mom had died several years ago, and it was her birthday or something, and he was saying he sees her in his children every day, their mannerisms, things they do, and they weren't born when Grandma was still on the earth, so it's kind of on that same premise.
And so, and going around, and I've done quite a few signings in the Southeast mainly, and we've done some book clubs, and I mean, it's amazing some of the stories that you hear that people, they go, you know what, listen what happened to me. You know, it's really kind of neat. One of the ones I like to share is one of my editors, Dana Isaacson, and he's an editor in New York, and he was living in New York, but he had to go to Wisconsin for a family funeral. So he flies there, and he's wearing his favorite jacket. It's a plaid jacket. So he said he texts me while he's editing my book to tell me the story. He goes, you got to tell you this. So he flies there, and he's wearing his favorite jacket. It's a plaid jacket, certain color, certain pattern. And when he gets to the airport, his sister picks him up and says, Dana, I love that jacket. And he goes, well, thanks. She goes, that was Dad's exact favorite color and pattern. And he goes, the thing about it, the uniqueness of that, Daryl, is my dad died when I was 1 year old. So he's editing the book, and he kind of got this chill, And so it's been really fun to hear some of those stories.
Yeah, that happens a lot, and I like the way you had the people trying to kill him, because of course whenever there's a good thing, and you had to follow the money, right? It had to do with
follow the money train for sure.
There was something, hospital was in there, or Team X, and what was that?
So there's a lot in the book that is actually real. So we talk the idea.
Dan Brown.
So we talk about there's this secret group of scientists at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, and there really is a secret team of scientists called Team X that no one knows what their names are.
Wow!
And they have this, and I learned, doing some research, I learned all this. They actually have this tradition of when they complete a successful mission that they eat peanuts.
The peanuts, yes.
I don't know how much we want to give away with the book.
We don't want to give that away.
But there's a lot of things in here. There's a lot of things in here that are true, and so I tried to really kind of stay true to that. One of the things that I tried to kind of convey in this book is how lucky we are to live at this time and place in human history. And what I mean by that is, human civilizations have been around for about 10,000 years. You go back to the pharaohs and the Egyptians. We've been organizing ourselves in civilizations for about 10,000 years. And up until about 150 years ago, that average life expectancy was about 37 to 40 years old. Okay? So now we have doubled human life expectancy. We have the average woman in 1900 had 6 babies, and of the women that had 6 babies, half of the women died in childbirth at some point. And so that just doesn't happen anymore. Now we live to be 80, 90 years old. So the thing for me was, well, what happened? What came along to cause us to be so smart, so fast that it would benefit us all. And that's where I came up with the concept of, well, maybe it was inherited memory that was allowed some of these great scientists to explode on the scene, like Einstein and things like that.
I like it. I do like it. I mean, so what about like the internet? Like at first I thought, okay, that shortens things up. You don't have to go to the library or go through books for research. So that makes us smarter, faster. But then it makes us stupid too, because we get sidetracked by Facebook, and you go down the rabbit hole. Or
you do.
Something else. What do you think of that?
Well, it's for a writer, the internet's tremendous. I mean, I've told people I wrote this book in about 3 months. I mean, pretty much done. And if I had to write that book 20 years ago, and having to go check out books and look and do research and that kind of thing, it would have taken me 2 years probably. So from that standpoint, I'm able to access a lot of information and verify a lot of information really fast. So I don't know the ramifications of that long term. They tell us that every generation is getting 10 points smarter on the IQ test. So my kids are playing on the phones all day, every day, and I don't know if there's any way around it.
Yeah. I mean, we met at Barnes and Noble's. You were doing a book signing, and so I approached you, and I had your book in my hand and asked you to be on the show, and you graciously accepted. And I said, well, put your, you said, I'll give you my personal contact information. And I said, well, write it in the book, because then I won't lose it, So that was before Christmas, and after Christmas died down and everything, I went to get the book to call you to set it all up, and lo and behold, I had left the book at Barnes and Noble, because I always buy like 4 or 5 or 10 books or whatever, so somehow it wasn't in the pile, and so I went back to Barnes and Noble's and I found your book. It's on the shelf, facing out, and it was the second one in, and there was
it was there with my email.
All your contact information.
That's why I'm getting these crazy emails lately.
So it kind of fell into place, and thank goodness it was there. Yes, and my husband's just looking at me, shaking his head like, you are so lucky, But again, it kind of you don't know, are things a coincidence or synchronicity or all of that kind of. Now, you had in the book where the lead character goes down to the Bahamas, and I know in your writing at the end you talked about how much you love to be on the water.
Right, yeah, that's really my passion. I grew up in Natchez, Mississippi, which isn't far from here, and went to school in New Orleans, spent a lot of time in New Orleans, but 20 years ago I moved to Florida, and so I've been to Florida for 20 years now, and so you can get to the Bahamas pretty easily from Florida, and so I really love the water. We do a lot of fishing, a lot of diving, a lot of spear fishing, all that kind of thing, and so that definitely influenced. Again, if I was going to write a book, you got to write what you know, kind of thing, and so we definitely the first chapter I wrote was the chapter where you meet the main character and he's in the Bahamas, and I wrote that chapter almost word for word the way it reads now, and it was I knew I had something when I finished that chapter because it flowed so easily and it was so fun to do. So it's just, you got to find things that inspire you and things you love to do, and if you can write about it, it's just a bonus. And
well, how did you, you're just making it sound so easy, like I wrote a book in 3 months and look, here it is, and it's a wonderful read. So how did you get an agent or publisher or editor, all those things that go with it?
That's a whole nother process, right? My day job, I'm a dental surgeon, I'm a periodontist, and so I have a full-time job. Didn't know anything about the book business, and so I wrote the book. I had it edited locally, sent it out to some agents, but when I first wrote it was 486 pages, which is now 330 pages, and I didn't realize it, but it was way too long, and I came to learn that there's a sweet spot for first time. This is my first novel, so for first-time novelists, there's a sweet spot of about 300 pages. So, Stephen King could write an 800-page book and anybody will read it. But, first-time novelists, it can't be that long. Plus, every page costs money to print. So the publishing companies want it smaller. So I spent the next year editing 150 pages out of it, and I couldn't do it myself. I had to hire 2 more New York editors to help me do that, and so finally we got it down. And to me, it's condensed, but it's still. I think it's even better. I think it's faster paced. There's not a lot of, there's not a lot of fluff in there. I think
I agree.
And so. And the nice thing is I can use some of that other in my sequel that I've just finished. And so then you have to find an agent, right? So you go to New York, or you send your materials to New York to all these agents, and they don't know you don't know them, and that is a long process. And it took me a year and a half to finally make a decision that I was tired of it floating around New York, and I had a smaller publishing company that wanted to publish it, and I said, okay, let's do it. So Giro D'Amondo is a company who published it, and we've been marketing it in the South, trying to get it nationally. It's mainly been a success in the Southeast, but I do have my first signing in New York next month, so I'm excited. Anytime you can get, that's the epicenter, and anytime you can get some kind of footing and traction in New York, it could be a big deal.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
That's awesome.
You just got to keep working. I just tell you, anybody, you never know who knows who. And believe it or not, this book, Reese Witherspoon has this book right now. And through a friend that knew a friend that knew a friend that loved it. And so, so I know that she's got it in her hand. I'm not sure if she read it, but I'm hoping.
She'll probably want the movie rights. She did Big Little Lies or something.
Yeah.
She's on a roll.
So you never know. So that's, we've had 2 movie companies call, and we had to give them a letter saying that movie rights are available. So that's been about a month ago. So there's things happening, and it's exciting. It's really fun.
What made you write? Has it always been in you? Because here you're saying, you do the dental stuff.
I don't know. It's just an idea I've had for a long time. So my dad's a science guy. He's just this science guy, and my mom's family, there's a lot of really wonderful musicians on that side. So I've always kind of played guitar and been in bands and wrote some songs. But I think
you can't have all the gifts.
Well, no, I don't, clearly. If I did, I would have written that when I was 20, right? But I think that creativity comes from some of that, that side of it. But I didn't know if I could do it or not until I sat down and tried. And
genetic memory from you.
Yeah, right.
Down, who knows?
Yeah.
That's great. Very gratifying. How many kids do you have?
So I have 2 kids. I have my daughter's 15 and my son's 13. So they're 2 young teenagers, and they're great.
Well, I'm wondering, were you writing every night, and they're like, "What are you doing, Dad?
Yeah. So
give me attention, Dad."
Yeah. So once I kind of really got the bones of it in there, then that's when the fun starts. Then you start adding to it, and I think a lot of people get caught on they're trying to describe what this room looks like, and talking to you, and you have bluish glasses. Just come back to that. Don't lose your train of thought of where you want the story to go. Do your dialogue, So once you get all that in there, it's fun then to put the fluff in. And so, that's my process. And so my kids could be running around, and I could be sitting in the den, and it didn't bother me. And it's kind of a funny story. So there's a sex scene in the book.
I know that's a little steamy.
It's an adult book, right? So it's got to be in there. And so how your kids listen to everything so I'm telling my wife, I'm like, I gotta write this sex scene. So I waited to the last thing I wrote, because I was kind of nervous about it. And your kids listen to you, and they hear everything you say.
They know what's going on.
And so I never forget, it was 4th of July, and I'm sitting in my chair in the den. I've got my laptop, and I'm writing.
Sweating.
Yeah, right. And so my kids are they're walking behind the chair, there, and you can see they're peering. I'm lowering the thing down, and my son's like, Dad, when are we going to pop those firecrackers you were talking? He's trying to see what I'm writing, but so I think what I'm trying to do is make it a family experience. Also, I mean, then you can't lose, right? If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But at least, hopefully, inspires my kids to maybe do some things like that. And when we've gone on some trips and some signings and things like that, I've taken my kids along.
Neat.
So,
well, that's what they always ask women. Like, how do you have time to do that when you have kids?
Right.
Well, it's the same with guys.
Yeah.
How do you have time to do that? Because you seem like a hands-on guy with your kids. When you were talking about going out on the boat, you're always with your family.
Right.
And you mentioned that in here. I mean, family was right with everything else, so I think that's awesome that you include them on that.
Yeah, it's important. It's just the whole experience it's been really, really fun, really fun.
Well, I appreciate you coming on, and I wish you luck with the second one too. When is that coming?
So the sequel's done. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get picked up by a major publisher. That's my goal. I've got a smaller publisher that wants to do it, but kind of what I found out through this, and anyone out there that's going through the process, my experience has been, if you don't have the stamp of approval seal from a major publisher, it's hard to go national. You can't get your books into the big Barnes and Nobles nationally and Books A Million's national list unless they've kind of stamped it. And so you really have to do a lot more work, which it's fine. I mean, we've done a lot of signings in the Southeast, and I can see how it layers. I can see how I've met a lot of bookstore owners, independent bookstores especially. And you can see as you go back to your sequel and even your third book, then it just kind of layers itself. And it takes more than one book to be successful. But I'm trying to get picked up by a major publisher now, and I'm hoping. So we're going through that process right now. But so the second one's a sequel, which I finished, and the third one is the prequel. And it's so if you're
Star Wars on
if you remember in the book, I don't know if you want to give it away, but there's a span of 40 years that no one knows what happened to Will's grandfather, right? Who had, so there's a lot you can do with that.
Oh, I see.
So it'll kind of go back to the early 1900s and talk about how all this started. So
did you have that in the back of your head when you were writing this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Prequel?
Yeah,
oh
yeah. I kind of thought, and before you can finish the first, you have to have thought out the next two to some degree. Now, it doesn't have to be completely, but you have to kind of know where you're going, because you have to be sure your dates and the birth dates and all those things are correct.
Right. And you were saying you lived in Natchez and New Orleans, and all that's wonderfully described in the book. The character goes to these places, and down the Mississippi.
Oh, right. There's a chapter of Charity Hospital.
Yes,
Charity Hospital.
was good.
That was probably my favorite scene to write.
Yes.
So, I mean, just to give a little bit of it.
Yeah.
So the main character is starting to get these deja vu, intense episodes of deja vu, and so when he sees Charity Hospital, and this is where he had never been in New Orleans before, but his ancestors lived here, and so when he got here, he started seeing these buildings, these iconic buildings like Charity Hospital, which has been around since 1700 and something.
I didn't even realize that.
And he walks into it, and so when he looks at it, he just sees this old Gothic, run-down, mildewed building. But when he walks inside, he gets one of these deja vu, and it's a glistening white, hospital waiting room and at that time typhoid fever was rampant, and so there were throngs of people dying from it, and it's a horrible way to die. I mean, blood from the eyes and all this kind of thing. So he sees that, so he has this intense moment, and I'll stop it there. But that scene for me, that chapter was probably my favorite.
I enjoyed it too. The descriptions, and he has these, what you're saying, deja vu, like he would start with the pain behind his eyes, and then have that white light and then go into that deja vu or vision or whatever. And it seemed like as they went on, he could recognize it coming then, and
starting to have.
And you were talking about your writing. I appreciated the style of your writing because it did have a nice rhythm and feel to it with both the dialogue and then the description. Because I don't have the attention span when the paragraph's half the page and it's about the color of the leaves and they gently fell and the grass. It seemed like you gave enough detail so the reader was there.
That's the trick, right? To give just enough detail where the reader can then use their own thoughts to fill in the blanks.
And you can imagine it and what is going on, especially when you live here and you're describing the scenes here.
Right.
The trolley car.
The trolleys.
Stuff like that.
New Orleans is such a historic place. It was the perfect setting for something like this, of some memory that would be carried for generations.
Where did you get the idea for the house? In the book you described this house, and there's a big dome at the top. How did you...
So the house on the cover is an actual plantation house in my hometown of Natchez. It's called Longwood, and so I just kind of used that as the foundation for establishing this, this idea that he comes back to his ancestral home, and I threw in some of the Battle of Vicksburg and those things, and some Civil War things that happened, and how crazy it was that, again, flash in the pan, 150 years ago, 20,000 Americans died. Americans killing Americans. You just wouldn't think it could happen, but we're only 150 years from that. And so I just kind of, that's my upbringing in that area of the country and the Mississippi River and antebellum homes, and I really love all that. I love the Civil War history for whatever reason, and it's interesting to kind of tap into that to some degree.
Right. Oh, definitely. Well, I just can't tell you how much I enjoyed the book. I think it's going to be a movie, and I look forward to seeing it. I think you're going to skip right over the big national publisher and just go straight.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yes.
That'd be great. Well, I appreciate you having me.
Yes,
really
thank you for coming. And I want to thank all of you for watching our TV show Book Club. And until next time, keep reading.
Hello, I'm Shelley from the St. Tammany Parish Library. I wanted to take a minute to tell you about all of the wonderful things we have to offer at the library. You probably already know that you can check out books, magazines, CDs, and DVDs at our branches. But did you know that you can download movies, ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, and music albums directly to your smartphone or tablet? All you need to get started is a library card. You can pick one up at any of our 12 branches across the parish with a photo ID. They're free for St. Tammany residents. The library also offers classes and events for children, teens, and adults throughout the year. Each summer, our summer reading program encourages all ages to bring a book or two along on summer adventures and to earn great prizes just for reading. For more information about all the library has to offer, visit our website, sttamanylibrary.org.
Kristen Oaks-White.
And I'm Avery Davidson. Thank you for joining us for This Week in Louisiana Agriculture, the only TV show bringing Louisiana farmers and consumers together every week.
Well, Louisiana farmers received about $180 million through the Market Facilitation Program, according to the Advocate newspaper. The MFP is the program the USDA used to help farmers make up for losses due to trade disruptions with China.
So why should you care? If farmers are not able to stay in business, rural companies cannot stay in business. Banks lose money, and that means jobs disappear. The stark reality is that the MFP is not enough for some farmers to keep going. 2019 is proving to be a tough year for Louisiana farmers. A report from the USDA Economic Research Service shows that farm income is up by 2% from last year, but that includes payments made through the Market Facilitation Program.
But when you back out payments from the government, farm income's down. And there's other indicators that show that farm income, farm profitability is not increasing. It's decreasing, not at a rapid pace, but any decrease in income in a time where costs continue to rise, that means folks are hurting.
Louisiana Farm Bureau National Affairs Coordinator Andy Brown says for Louisiana, that means a 2 to 3% increase in delinquent loans. That could have some farmers and ranchers consider getting out of business.
Well, the first thing is just to breathe.
Bill Bryan is an attorney who works with small family farms. He says clients normally come to him when they think there's little to no hope to save the farm. Bryan says there's always hope.
If you have a relationship with your lender, they may be able to extend your loan or figure out a different way to increase your loan so that you can stay afloat.
If that's not enough, Bryan says Congress created Chapter 12 bankruptcy in the 1980s specifically to save family farms. And this past July, Congress raised the debt limit to file Chapter 12 to $10 million.
It's a lot simpler way to reorganize your farm. It's not necessarily saying I'm a failure as a farmer. It's just saying that I need to restructure my situation so that I can still stay afloat.
Fortunately in Louisiana, not many are at that point.
We haven't really filed a lot of Chapter 12s yet, but we're putting the pieces in place so that if they need to, we can go ahead and do that, and they're more comfortable because, like I said, usually it's at the last stages when they come to you, so they're frantic and they don't know what to do. But if you kind of walk them through it, like I said, let them breathe, then by the time, if you have to resort to a 12, it's not a big problem.
This trade war is hurting everybody. It's hurting them in a large way, but this administration has come up with a program that they feel like mitigates some of that risk that those farmers have incurred as a result of this trade war.
Fortunately, here in Louisiana, many of our farmers are diversified enough and are strong enough business leaders to weather this storm. However, it is important to remember just how much is out of a farmer's control. The weather, the markets, governmental regulation, they must react to all of these variables. And what's at stake? Our ability to be certain that when we go to the grocery store, there's a box of cereal on the shelf, or a steak in the cooler, or chicken nuggets in the freezer. All of that is because we have strong farmers. It's important that we don't take that for granted. I've seen it myself. It's not that way everywhere else in the world. And I'm going to go ahead and relinquish my soapbox, but it really is the truth. I mean, we're talking about folks who allow us to do the jobs we do. Mm-hmm. You know it firsthand.
I know it firsthand, and I also know it firsthand that, while those MFP payments do help, they certainly don't make a lot of people whole because they at the end of the day, a lot of farmers, like my husband, for example, have 0% of the crop sold for this season because the price is so bad. Right. So, it's helping you get by, but there's just, like you said, there are so many different options that are out of your control. It can be a frightening business to be in.
You and I have been texting about that frightening side of this.
Well, there will soon be more options open to rice farmers when it comes to crop insurance.
According to Louisiana 5th District Congressman Ralph Abraham, the USDA's Federal Crop Insurance Corporation will add alternate wetting, drying, and furrow irrigation practices to those eligible for federal crop insurance coverage beginning in crop year 2020. Speaking from Washington, D.C., Congressman Abraham says he brought this to the attention of the USDA and that it is vitally important for Louisiana farmers.
In today's world of agriculture, it's a must. This is not something that you can just say, well, it would be nice. This is something that farmers have to have because we know that crop insurance is that safety net. They don't make any money from crop insurance if they have to file a claim, but at least maybe it will make that particular farmer, he or she, bankable next year so they can go get another loan. So like any insurance in any industry, it is a vital part of the plan. They have to have it now.
Contact your local farm services agency to find out more information. Congressman Ralph Abraham is Louisiana's only member of Congress sitting on the House Ag Committee. Now, Kristen, it's time to get your Christmas tree. Is it up at your house yet?
This is a sore subject because I've been waiting for a week for Landon to go pick it up, and it's not ready yet. But I like to have mine. Thanksgiving was late this year, and I really like to have it up as long as possible, as long as it stays fresh.
Is it a real tree?
Of course, I can't do fake.
No, the smell's not the same.
No, it's not. I'm all about the real trees, and I like to get mine flocked, which is what's taking so long. And I'm not alone in my love for the real deal. The number of real trees purchased in the U.S. rose from 27.4 million in 2017 to 32.8 million last year. That's according to the National Christmas Tree Association. This week, Twilight's Carl Wiggers takes us to a Washington Parish farm where you can bring home much more than a beautiful Christmas tree.
Rolling hills of Christmas trees. It's high time to find yourself on a sleigh ride through Steele's Christmas Tree Farm. That's what Max and Abigail are up to today. Kevin Steele says that's what his farm is all about.
And the thrill of the old-time thought of going out into the woods and to cut a native tree and bring it into your home and decorate it. We've taken a lot of the hard work out of that. We cultivate our trees, and we have beautiful rolling hills here, and the people can come out and enjoy a time of fellowship, and they make memories that last a lifetime.
They're making memories buying this Leland Cypress Christmas tree.
We inventory about 7,000 trees on our farm. We have 5 different fields on a 5-year rotation. So each year we open a new field. If we happen not to sell out that field, those trees are our bigger trees for the next year. I have never been able to grow a tree too big that I can't sell.
That includes this monster he sold this week that has been growing here for more than a decade.
It was 18-foot Leland cypress. He was probably around between 10 and 12 years old, and we sold it to the parish government for St. Bernard. They bought an 18-foot and a 16-foot.
Whether it's an 18-foot beauty or a more standard size like this one, Steele says the memories grown here are more priceless than any tree.
You can buy a Christmas tree anywhere. When you come here, I want you to create a memory with your children or your grandchildren that when you're gone, they're going to remember. I went with Mimi and Papa, and we used to cut down a tree.
Steele's Christmas Tree Farm is a treat for the entire family, but their trees are going fast. Kevin said the beautiful weather last weekend made for a busy time on the farm, and families were out in full force picking their perfect tree. If you'd like to get out there and find a tree for your home or business, the time is now. To plan your trip out there, head over to our website at twilightTV.org. And you guys, it was a fun day. It was a beautiful weather. It was great weather last weekend. I went out this week, and it was again beautiful weather. And the farm is beautiful. You just see rows and rows and rows of trees, and it's pretty neat to see how he has it laid out. And it's just like a normal old farm. The crop's a little different than what I'm used to.
It's about more than just the tree, though. It's got to be about the experience when you're out there.
Yeah, it for sure is. And the couple you saw in the story, they just ate it up. It was their first time they'd been out there, and they were just like, oh my gosh, this is where it's at. It's not, it's so much better than going to a big box store, because you have, walking out through the rows of trees and picking your own. It's just, there's something
fresh.
to it. It's fresh.
And it'll last longer.
Yeah, it was really fun to go out and be out there doing that.
And you won't have one of those Charlie Brown trees.
Well, I see that you didn't bring us a Christmas tree as a souvenir.
Sorry. You already have yours on your way.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll let you know when I have it. But the last time you were here, you also promised that you were going to bring us some lettuce from your hydroponic garden.
I remember you also referenced it's not magic lettuce.
I know, but I saw some sprouts. So
I do have some on the way.
Give us an update.
An update. Okay, so I've got about 40 heads of lettuce in my system now already. Over Thanksgiving, the week of Thanksgiving, I went up to Winsboro, of course, to see my family, but I also went to Rayville and visited Mr. Rory again, and he helped me out with some fertilizer, kind of fine-tuning some things, and I asked him some more questions. He sent me with 2 flats of plants that he'd already had seeded, and a couple of weeks down the road from mine that I just seeded that week. So I have 3 sets of lettuce now.
Okay.
It's growing really well. The only difference is it's outside, so it's not quite as pretty and pristine as in a greenhouse with no wind or rain or anything like that.
You ever get your water level issue fixed?
I did. So I had to put a valve and do more tinkering and let my inner redneck out as I figured it out, but it was really fun. And
redneck engineering, never put it down.
It was fun, but I did figure it out. I was putting too much water into the first pipe before it could flow through the rest of the system. So.
Well, I've been working on Dad trying to get him to get rid of the chickens and start the hydroponic lettuce.
Hey, I'd love to come out there.
He's not quite on board.
It's a hard sell.
Maybe you can convince him.
I'd love to.
Is anything already eaten them?
I haven't had any critters yet.
Okay.
I do have a dog now that might be trying to find his way up to some lettuce. I don't know, do dogs like lettuce, Chris?
No, they're...
Well, he might irrigate it for you, but I mean...
It's off the ground. That's, I think I'm safe from that. But, yeah, no critters yet. The biggest issue's been the wind and rain and leaves falling and trying to keep the holes clean from too much dirt getting in there. So.
Awesome.
It's pretty fun.
We'll track the progress.
I love it.
Thank you very much, Carl Wiggers.
Well, 2 weeks ago, for the first time on this show, we went inside a sugar refinery. Although we've seen many mills, we were able to take a look at the end of the process where raw sugar turns into the white table sugar we all love, especially this time of year.
While going to Louisiana sugar refiners was historical, the refinery itself has quite a history. This week, Twyla's Neil Melanson takes us back to LSR to see how this place has changed and changed history.
The Louisiana Sugar Refinery is more than just a place that refines sugar. Nationally recognized for its importance, it's transformed many times on its way to being the modern processing facility you see now. This was once the home of Colonial Sugars, which made Dixie Crystal Sugar a brand many older Louisianians are familiar with. These old Colonial Sugar buildings now serve as the power plant for the rest of the facility. But this was once a neighborhood as much as a factory. Many of these homes on the property are also historic. Walking down Park Place Boulevard, LSR CEO Larry Fauché explains these homes now serve as offices.
There are several buildings on this site that were in 1970 recognized to be part of the U.S. Historical Society.
One house in particular is known as the Blue House for the trim on the building. This was once the home of Dr. George Meade, a titan in sugarcane production. As we sit in the backyard with Larry, he says Meade's importance to the sugar production in Louisiana cannot be overstated.
George Meade came along, and George Meade is really the guy most instrumental in developing the process as we know it today. He wrote the first sugarcane handbook, which is worldwide known. That book describes how you take raw sugar, convert it to refined sugar, and it's still in use today.
The home is now used for entertaining, kept to the standards of Meade's day. It served a similar purpose back then, too. In fact, Meade would invite famed oceanographer Jacques Cousteau over. Both Cousteau and Meade had an interest in herpetology, and Meade raised snakes and turtles, which Cousteau would use as specimens for study.
George ran this facility for 30 years. Quite a colorful character. His wife was heavily involved in swimming to the point she was part of the U.S. Olympic Committee.
Blue House aside, the property also has an old church that once served the community here. Fauché says while it's no longer a neighborhood, the past is very much kept alive here in the present.
So his process took raw sugar and converted it into a refined product that then could ship across the country and maintain its characteristics and uses. That book helped define all the various technical phases. And sugar engineering is actually the founder for what we now know as chemical engineering.
There's a lot more to the history of LSR and sugarcane production in Gramercy. We'll put a link to some of those resources online at twilatv.org. And guys, like I said, there's just so much more to this story. It's just so unusual. I mean, you can see by these pictures, it's like a neighborhood on the property of this sugar refinery. And they treat it like such. And of course, with all the workers who are, most of whom live within walking distance of the place, it's got this family atmosphere amidst this modern sugarcane production while 300 trucks are moving in and out of the place every single day, and it's so intimately tied to the community. For instance, one thing I didn't show in the story is there's this old restaurant place called Noble's, and it's third generation, just like Larry, the CEO there of LSR. It's the guy who owns it is third generation. There's an 19th century bar that's there, and everybody who's everybody in Gramercy is there. The emails who have their sugarcane right next door to LSR were eating lunch in there one day when I went in there. So, there's just so much to this community, and it's just integral. You can't see one without the other.
I know we were talking earlier before we went on camera just about how how we have so many places involved in agriculture that have this rich history, and you see these historical markers everywhere you go. I know you really love to see that.
I do. And hopefully we're going to do a lot more showing these historical places, because I really think it shows that agriculture is not just tied here to our modern world, but it's always had this place. And in fact, before a lot of what we know about Louisiana was Louisiana, agriculture was there doing this kind of stuff. So hopefully we'll get to see a lot more things like that in the future.
Well, I look forward to it. Thank you very much, Neil Melanson.
Sweet, sweet Neil.
Sweet, sweet Neil. Still to come on Twyla. You may love sweet, sweet Neil and sweet potatoes, but do you know what's best for them?
Coming up, a look at the researchers who make life pretty sweet. Stay with us.
I now hope they're fighting today.
I hope they are.
Find your place in the country.
Look at that.
And the lender who can get you there. Find Louisiana Land Bank. Financing for country homes, recreational property, farms and ranches, and agribusiness.
Louisiana oysters, salty, sweet, and delicious. But have you ever thought about what happens to all those oyster shells? Most of them end up in trash cans and landfills. The Coalition to Restore Coastal Louisiana is changing this with its oyster shell recycling program. And you can help by visiting these participating restaurants. It's a simple and delicious way to restore our coast. The shells will then be used to sustain and rebuild oyster reefs. Remember, once you shuck them, don't just chuck them.
I'm a farmer.
I am a farm wife.
I am a cowboy.
I am a grass farmer.
I'm a businesswoman.
I'm a conservationist.
I am an advocate.
I am a voice for Louisiana farmers.
I'm always learning.
I'm a husband.
I'm a mom.
I am a dad.
I'm a granddad.
I am a consumer.
I grow the food that feeds your family, and I'm proud of it. I am Farm Bureau.
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 We are Farm Bureau.
One of the great things about agriculture in Louisiana is the working relationship between the farmers and the researchers for their crops.
At the Sweet Potato Research Station in Chase, Louisiana, the scientists are working hard every day to ensure that we get the best possible sweet potatoes. In this piece from the LSU, we get to know one of those researchers and why he loves doing what he does best.
When I come up with the perfect sweet potato, I will let you know, I promise. And it's hard to get there. The challenge is to try and continually push those boundaries to get that variety that's got that amazing ease of production and also something that consumers want. I'm Don Labonte, and I'm a professor in the School of Plant, Environmental, and Soil Sciences, and I am a sweet potato breeder. The biggest thing that I have to do is try and identify a new variety for the industry. Getting something that has that higher yield, better shape, disease resistance, all the things that are almost impossible all in one package. We're trying to find out that combination of parents that give us progeny. They're going to be better than the varieties that our producers grow today. It's a really fun challenge to try and meet that objective. What I like about this is it combines so many different areas of sciences, and then just me in particular, I really like art, and so there's a really good element of art involved in this. It's that picking out the different shapes, colors. You have to have an eye for something that's attractive. All those things together, you know, it's not something you can quantify through science. It's something you just see it, and you know it's got that right look that the industry, as well as the public and the retail, is going to really love it.
We want to thank Randy LeBove and Olivia McClure at the LSU Ag Center for putting that piece together. January is usually a quiet month for agriculture in Louisiana. Sugarcane harvest is wrapping up and not much else is going on. That's why many ag groups tend to hold events, and we thought we'd get an update on a few things going on for the next month.
The Ag Expo in West Monroe will be held January 17th and 18th at the Ike Hamilton Expo Center. The event is run by the North Louisiana Agribusiness Council and sees more than 10,000 visitors over that weekend. It's a great way to see coming trends in the new year in ag, as well as some of the most impressive farm machinery around. It's also a fun event for the whole family.
That same weekend, the American Farm Bureau will kick off its 101st annual convention in Austin, Texas. The event will be held from January 17th through the 22nd. The American Farm Bureau Federation Convention is where the members of the largest general farm organization gather and attend seminars, events, and listen to speakers across all areas of agriculture. President Trump is expected to be at the event again this year, but it has not been confirmed. No matter who shows up, it will have something for everyone, including the trade show, farm tours, and concerts. Registration is open now, so get online and sign up. I will be there, and I hope you will be too.
It's going to be huge. Finally, LSU Ag Leadership Class 16 will be taking its international trip on January 18th through the 30th. The members of that class will travel to Japan and Thailand, two countries that have a significant impact on ag trade in the United States. Japan just signed a new trade deal last month, opening that country back up to U.S. beef. Dr. Bobby Swallow, director of the LSU Ag Leadership Program, says these trips develop understanding of not only new cultures, but new opportunities.
We're going to see the grain that comes from North America over in Japan. And you will see how it's tied to the Japanese and how it's very important. We'll also see grain in Thailand, and we'll see how it's tied to their seafood industry and how that is imports back to us, and that affects our seafood people. There is a tie, there are pluses and minuses in all of that, and that's the balance that you try to get everyone to think about. And what is balanced to you might not be balanced to me and everyone else. And that's the challenge with trade.
Carl Wiggers is a member of Class 16. Neil Melasso and I will be traveling with Carl and the rest of the class to share the group's experience online. We're going to take it all in, do a lot of video, and then turn that into the first Twyla show of 2020. Well, still to come on Twyla, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Okay, we say that a lot on this show.
Well, you might not love Avery singing, but who doesn't love kids around Christmas trees? Stay with us.
Before you sweeten your morning joe, before the icing on the cake, before the sugar hits the shelf, it begins with a family of sugarcane farmers dedicated to growing Louisiana for more than 220 years. The Sugarcane Growers of Louisiana, making life sweeter, naturally.
Sugarcane, sweet sugarcane.
Landowners are minding the Louisiana forest for our grandchildren. A place for wildlife, recreation, lumber for homes. It's the right thing to do. Forestry, covering half our state, all of our hearts.
This is the moment I knew his future had no boundaries.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org.
That's slow. Look, he's blushing.
the show, Carl Wiggers shared some holiday cheer with us with a visit to a Louisiana Christmas tree farm.
Well, in this week's Twyla Boost, we're doubling down on the Christmas joy with a Hallmark-worthy video from Wall's Family Christmas Tree Farm.
All right, today is an important day. We are going Christmas tree hunting. What are we doing? Are we going to get a Christmas tree for the house? Are you going to help us find one? Yeah? Are you excited about it? Yeah. So we're looking for a Christmas tree. We're at Wall's Family Tree Farm out near Terrell, Texas. So, yeah, pretty excited about it. The girls are excited. We're going to have a lot of fun. Hey babe, what are we looking for in a tree? Obviously we can't go super tall because we don't have that much space, but what are we looking for?
Well, I like them to be kind of full.
You like a fat tree?
I like a fat tree. I mean, a good shape, but like, I guess dense.
Like a dense tree. Alright, I like these adjectives we're working with. So we're looking for a dense, fat tree.
It's got a good shape.
It's got a good shape. Okay, yeah, that narrows it down. I like this one a lot.
Up to the one that we marked.
Pretty smile. No, like a real smile.
I just want to place and hang up all the decorations.
And thanks to the Experience This Facebook page for sharing that great video. That does it for this edition of Twyla. Be sure to join us next week when we'll have something old and something new. We'll look back at the year on Twyla, but have a brand new Field to Feast with Jennifer Finley.
Until then, you can watch all of our stories online at twylatv.org. And be sure to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and Instagram. You can also find all of these videos and more on our YouTube page, so be sure to subscribe and click for notifications.
For all of us here at Twyla, thanks for joining us. We hope to see you again right here next week.
Terry Compton. I'm a registered nurse and a certified diabetes educator. I manage the program here at St. Tammany Parish Hospital, and we have a complete team to help manage your diabetes health. I have educators in our St. Tammany Parish Hospital Covington and Folsom offices, and we provide services here also at the hospital. We want to make sure that everyone's aware that this month is Diabetes Awareness Month, because diabetes is a very serious disease if it's not managed, and we want people to understand what the symptoms are and what we need to do to help you manage your health. So if you have unexplained fatigue, increased thirst, increased urination, just something that you just can't quite explain why you're not feeling well, this may mean a reason to go to see your physician. It's very easy to get a blood test just to see whether your blood sugars are elevated, and that way we can then help you help your health. Why are we concerned about diabetes? It's because diabetes can lead to lots of different complications, and the root cause is having elevated blood sugars. That's the reason that we really want to help you. So we have a team of dietitians, nurses, and a pharmacist that can help you understand how to take care of yourself better. We want you to understand that we're here for you. So St. Tammany Parish Hospital is a comprehensive hospital that can help with your health needs.
And I'm Julie Fortenberry, registered dietitian with St. Tammany Diabetes Education Department. It's important to remember that high blood sugars can affect every organ of your body. Be sure to know the signs and get checked. We are here to help you when you need us. And now we're going to check in with one of our patients, Gordon.
Yes, my name is Gordon Reese. I was diagnosed with diabetes 13 years ago through just a normal 6-month checkup. I had no symptoms. I didn't feel anything different, but I did find out that there were some life changes that I would need to make, and the diabetic nurses and dietitians really helped me to get together with a good workout program, watch what you're eating. It's not a diet per se, it's a lifestyle. You just have to make some changes, and you've got great coaches here to tell you how to do the things that you need to stay healthy.
Hi, I'm Pam Adams. I'm a registered nurse at St. Tammany Parish Hospital with the Diabetes Education Department. We want you to know that we're here to help you with any needs that you may have, whether it be gestational diabetes, type 1, or type 2. You can reach us at 985-871-5983.
World-class healthcare close to home.
Sometimes a presence is so steady you may not notice it changing. For over 65 years, we've been constantly innovating. And in partnering with Ochsner, we continue to offer the most advanced technology with minimally invasive techniques for general surgery and for specialties from orthopedics to neurosurgery. Many have noticed, earning us the most accolades on the North Shore for quality, safety, and patient experience. St. Tammany Parish Hospital in Ochsner, shaping the future of health.
Welcome to Healthy Living. I'm your host, Melissa Hodgson, and we're talking today about the opioid crisis and about physical medicine and rehabilitation. We'll be talking with 3 members of the staff at St. Tammany Health System who have a special focus on pain management, the opioid crisis, and on physical therapy and rehabilitation. We'll talk first with Dr. Mike Hill. He's Vice President of Quality and Utilization Management for St. Tammany Health System. And then we'll talk with Jay Morange and Bert Lindsay, who are leaders in the Rehabilitation Services Department at the health system. So Dr. Hill, thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning, Melissa.
Thanks for coming out.
Oh, you're welcome.
Glad to have you here. And I know that you really have led an eye view at the health system about the opioid crisis, about it as an epidemic. And your background is in disease management, right. So that's kind of an interesting connection there.
Right. So I'm involved with population health at St. Tammany Health System, and one of our initiatives that started about 3 years ago was reducing opioid use in our hospital as well as our outpatient setting. We are all now aware that we're in the midst of a serious opioid crisis, and our community has been part of the problem as well, as far as the number of opioid deaths and the number of people who are dependent on opioids. Certainly when used in the right setting, opioids are valuable treatment options for people who have severe pain, in short-term pain management, and in some cases longer-term pain management. But we're looking for opportunities to look at treatment options that avoid opioid use altogether or minimize it in patients.
Okay, and so I think you've brought up a couple of really important points there, because of course, like a national recession, a national epidemic, you don't necessarily know you're in it right away. You realize you're in it when levels hit certain markers. So here locally in St. Tammany Parish, we recognize that we are part of that national epidemic, and we do have a situation in our parish where there is maybe an overuse of opioids. But you're right, these are a very valuable tool in the care of populations, and people with particular diseases or chronic conditions, or sometimes just acute and temporary pain, may need those opioids. But we want to recognize that there are positive and negative ways to prescribe medications. And so can you talk a little bit about what we're doing at St. Tammany Health System to sort of look at that in a more systematic way of using rehabilitation and medication for the benefit of our patients?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So a couple initiatives we took is, number one, educating physicians and practitioners on the proper use of opioids. Because I think a lot of us grew up in an era where opioids were something that we just did every day, and we didn't think about the ramifications of the potential for addiction and some of the downhill side effects of these medications. And so I think, number one, training physicians on the proper use of opioids, really gearing prescriptions to shorter prescriptions, reducing refills, reducing dependence on opioids, and in many cases using other modalities to avoid opioid use altogether. It's much easier to treat pain in individuals who have never been exposed to opioids. Other modalities seem to work better, and that's something that we started at St. Tammany, was really a team approach. Utilizing our physical therapist, utilizing other medications, and in some cases using other modalities to block pain altogether that did not involve medications. And that's where Bert and Jay are going to talk about later on in this presentation. We started in the hospital setting with our hospitalist in reducing opioid use. We worked with the Society of Hospital Medicine and became one of the leading hospitals in the country on reducing inpatient opioid use, and since then we've expanded that to the outpatient setting and into our community. Last year in 2018 we had 63 opioid related deaths in St. Tammany Parish. Our goal is to get that close to zero, as close as possible.
Well, that's exciting progress. And so you've talked a little bit about kind of that big picture and then localizing it, and certainly our health system has been a leader here locally and recognized nationally for that excellence. Can you talk a little bit about whether technology plays a role in our opioid reduction?
Yes, that's a very good question. So several things that we're doing. We track the opioid use both by patient use and physician prescribing habits, and we do that with the Board of Pharmacy. Every physician that prescribes controlled substances has to be on a prescribing reporting tool with the Board of Pharmacy. We also track it in the hospital, and we look at the number of what we call morphine equivalents that patients are given and per doctor. And so physicians are able to look at their own prescribing habits, and that gives them feedback on what they can improve on. And since we've gone into effect with this in our emergency room and in our hospital, we've seen a 30 to 40% decline in opioid prescriptions.
Wow. And you're able to measure that because you're taking the time to make those records.
Right. And the other thing that we've developed are tools that educate the patient into what the goals are and what we're trying to achieve, and that it's not always a pill that solves the problems. It's multiple modalities that help reduce the pain altogether. And so I think that the team approach really has served us well at St. Tammany, both in our inpatient setting and our outpatient setting at the hospital.
Fantastic. Can you sort of look into your crystal ball and talk to me about where you see St. Tammany Health System and its opioid program, or its maybe pain management program is a better way to say that, in the next 5 years?
I think in the next 5 years you're going to see more emphasis on, again, the team approach, looking at other modalities. I think we'll see opioids still have a niche in certain areas, but there'll be short-term use for the most part. In certain areas we do use long-term opioids, but they're done in a different type of use and delivery model so that patients are less likely to become addicted. So I'm hoping that in the next 5 years, and I think we have a very good strategy put together, that we're going to see a marked reduction in our opioid use in our community, both in the inpatient side and the outpatient side. We'll use more rehabilitation modalities and dry needling, etc., to reduce the pain thresholds so that patients can learn to tolerate and manage their pain.
Outstanding. So it's going to be a combination of education, prescription, other modalities like physical therapy, and that strategic approach using technology to track and monitor and understand that use.
That's correct. And I think artificial intelligence is going to play a significant role, because we'll be able to put certain information into our electronic medical record that may flag this is a patient that is high risk for opioid dependence, and then try to work with the other modalities to reduce the opioid exposure for that particular patient.
Very good. Well, Dr. Hill, thank you so much for coming in. It's been a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Up next on Healthy Living, we'll be talking with Jay Morange about physical therapy and rehabilitation and its role in the reduction of opioid use in St. Tammany Parish.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for Sunny Face Eggs for my baby sister.
For my fishing buddies.
Thanks for my mama's gumbo. Thanks for my mom.
We enjoy receiving awards and recognition from our peers, but the true reward comes from seeing positive outcomes for our friends and neighbors. So thank you for trusting us. St. Tammany Parish Hospital, world-class health care, close to home.
Welcome back to Healthy Living. We're talking today about the national opioid crisis and its impact here locally in St. Tammany Parish. We're talking with St. Tammany Health System leaders who have taken on the responsibility of re-examining how our health system uses opioids in our market for patients and their pain needs. We talked first with Dr. Mike Hill, who talked about the global crisis and how it's affecting us locally and what our strategy is to resolve the issue. We'll talk next with Jay Morange, who manages rehabilitation for St. Tammany Health System, and we'll look at how physical therapy and rehabilitation can make a difference. Jay, welcome. We're glad you're here today.
Thanks for having me.
So talk a little bit about how rehabilitation or physical therapy has a role to play here.
So back in 2015, we were tasked with getting involved with our pain chapter as far as HCAPS, which is the national scoring system of how a hospital does, and therapy got involved by bringing on pain blocks with total joints, and from there it kind of evolved to how can therapy play a role with addressing the opioid epidemic.
Okay, so really it was you going about your job and then you realize that there's a place that this has more applicability.
Right, and I think a lot of it is there's not a lot of education out there of what therapy can actually offer as far as modalities and an adjunct to pain management from adversing from the opioid perspective.
Right, and so talk a little bit about that. We in the clinical services say modalities and things like that all the time, but for patients what we mean is different ways to care. Is that right?
Right. So instead of taking a pain pill, you can go see a therapist, and there is pharmacology component to it, non-narcotic pharmacology, and then the therapy acts as an adjunct with that, and that makes a better treatment plan, a better standard of care versus the old way of just using a pain pill to mask your pain or heal your pain.
And I think you said something important there, mask your pain. So that's one of the things, particularly if what we have is pain in that patient's daily experience, they're looking to just make that pain stop. And so what you in physical therapy can do is help them reduce that acute pain, but also going forward, you give them some coping skills, some understanding of their own body mechanics, right?
Right. So being able to treat them with something other than a pain pill. So what I mean by that is we can offer modalities such as heat, ice, and very simple modalities, or innovative modalities such as taping and dry needling, which we've kind of marketed here at St. Tammany Health System from the hospital and outpatient side. So being able to offer that to a patient and letting them know that that's available out there versus that pain pill, and then going forward having that education and know, hey, I don't have to take a pain pill to be able to address my pain. There's other things out there that I don't have to face, the risk of having a lifelong addiction to pain pills.
Right, and so dry needling I think is a good example. That has a connection to 3,000-year-old medicine, acupuncture,
right.
But it's modern Western medicine and an understanding of how that physical manipulation can resolve a pain issue. So can you talk a little bit about the medicine you're delivering there?
Right, so dry needling, we are using acupuncture needles, and you have to give acupuncturists credit. They've been doing this for 3,000 years. It's only in its infancy now with Western medicine. So you see a lot of research now aimed at how can dry needling affect pain for a multitude of diagnoses, from musculoskeletal pain, but neuropathic pain, and I don't want to get into too much of the litany of it, but just knowing that you can find an area of pain, put that needle in that area of pain, you insert it into the skin, into the tissue, and then that can help your body heal itself.
Very good. And our entire rehabilitation services division at St. Tammany Health System is certified in dry needling. Is that right?
Just since this October, through the funds of our guild, who have wonderfully gifted us a grant, we were able to certify all of our therapists, over 15 physical therapists, from our outpatient hospital, and now we utilize this within the emergency room. But being able to be certified across the spectrum and offer that on a daily basis is a huge win for our health system.
Outstanding. So really, you're talking about an approach that goes from the emergency department inside the hospital for inpatient care and outpatient rehabilitation for patients who may be referred by a physician or may simply choose of their own accord. I'm having back pain or shoulder pain or chronic pain. I'm going to seek an appointment with a physical therapist and see about some solutions.
Yeah, so that's direct access is what you're alluding to, and that recently just got passed, where you don't have to see a physician. A therapist can be a primary provider for that, by law, and we can see you, evaluate you, and address your pain. And if it doesn't get better, then we send you to the physician to get further care.
Right, and so maybe there are other parts of the health system that can help along the way, but certainly looking into what those chronic pain issues may be, they may very well have something to do with the physical carriage of the way that person is working every day, or not stretching out their muscles.
Right. Yeah, and so I think therapists are well trained and well educated on being able to identify those issues and then come up with an appropriate treatment plan to address those issues going forward.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about you mentioned the emergency department offhand, and I think for folks, particularly those of us who maybe have never needed to go to the emergency department before, you kind of have this mental picture of that's a place people go for heart attacks and strokes, but it's a lot more than that, and many times people are coming there because they are in pain, and in the past maybe the solution to that was to write a script for an opioid and release that patient. So how is physical therapy interjecting into that process?
So 1 in 5 patients that walk into an emergency room is there for pain.
Wow.
Right, it's a high number. And, as you said in the past, the answer has always been, here's a pain pill. And, we were all trained to do that, and that's what's always been done, but now we have a crisis on our hand. So, like I said, using that, what we call multimodal approach, so you have a non-narcotic pharmacology, so using anti-inflammatories or steroids or muscle relaxers to address from a pharmacy side, and then the therapy side will have that adjunct where, you have someone come in via ambulance, they can't walk. Within 3 hours, through that medicine plus dry needling, we're able to have them walk out of the emergency room. Wow. So that moment of crisis, and then the patient sees within 3 hours their whole world change, positively, and then from that we're able to have a follow-up and go see our outpatient therapy, so they can continue their care and not be admitted to the hospital.
And you've resolved that emergency situation, kept them from needing a hospitalization.
Right.
And then in the outpatient setting, you can not only work with that pain issue, but also give them some education for stretching and some things they can be doing long term, so that once that pain is controlled, it can remain controlled.
Right, and the huge win in all of that is they're never exposed to the opioid to begin with. And that's where we've kind of evolved. When we started out, we wanted to address opioid tolerant patients who were already on opioids from a lifelong need for them.
Right, our last 20 years of medical practice was to prescribe. Correct. And so we were looking to reduce that.
And so we can still address those patients' pains and be that adjunct once that opioid's been removed, but to have someone come in and never be exposed to begin with is really where we've kind of aimed our goals towards in addressing people's pain.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, Jay, thank you so much for coming in. This has been really interesting.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Exciting.
Up next on Healthy Living, we'll be talking with Bert Lindsay, who'll talk with us about the hospital setting, opioids, and pain reduction.
The North Shore. It's our place. Where finer things are sometimes the simple ones. Social, sweet, and spirited, but always in harmony. Around here, life is about great things coming together. St. Tammany Parish Hospital and Oxnard, collaborating in the name of community.
Welcome back to Healthy Living, brought to you by St. Tammany Health System. We're talking today about the national opioid crisis, about its impact here locally in St. Tammany Parish, and how St. Tammany Health System is taking a system-wide approach to reducing the use of opioids and increasing the use of other ways to reduce and manage pain. We talked with Dr. Mike Hill about the crisis itself and about the strategy for reducing opioid use. And then we talked with Jay Mirage about how physical therapy can make a difference. And we talked about emergency departments and outpatient settings. Last, we'll be talking with Bert Lindsay, who will look at the hospital situation and how physical rehabilitation makes a difference in patients' lives. Bert, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We are really glad to have you here and looking at this situation. You know, you've been involved in rehabilitation, physical therapy for a very long time, and you can talk about a history of before opioids and then the difference that happened and where we've sort of come back to a system of physical therapy that went away for a good 20 years.
I actually was a coordinator at a hospital in '95 when a nurse administrator came to me, and she was gleefully happy that she could tell me that we were going to be able to get rid of all of our modalities that we, at the time in '95, still did for patients. They didn't have the technology that we do now, but we were doing them regularly. And she said we have 2 new medicines coming out in '95, '96, and that was Percocet and OxyContin. And within 6 months of that getting here, we were out of the pain business. And
because it was just going to, okay, if you're in pain, we're going to prescribe a medication.
And that's exactly what they did, and it worked. And we were out of the pain business, and to the point where they didn't really even teach it in school.
Wow. So physical therapy programs training physical therapists were really not as focused on pain.
Well, we were in the mobility and pain business, and then we were just in the mobility
business.
That's it.
Very good. And then as this national crisis, as Dr. Hill and I were talking about the fact, like in a national recession and a national epidemic, you don't know you're in it until suddenly you really are. And then you've got to begin to find your way out of it. And the opioid crisis, the way out of it is to reduce the use and to find the appropriate use. And physical therapy plays an important role in that.
It does. Before that, though, you have to know you have a problem. And even before it became national knowledge, St. Tammany Health System was very integral in attacking the problem, because we were seeing the fruits of that in the emergency department, where people would come back many times and just go from hospital to hospital to try to get their needs met. And I just rehashed something that I had seen in the 90s that really worked. And you know, I've been in this almost 30 years, so I just brought up the bright idea that we could consider bringing this back as just an option, an alternative. And they were all over trying it.
So what you're talking about is kind of giving the patient an understanding of what's happening and some accountability, and then introducing other options than a prescription.
Absolutely. And then the focus became to try to do as much as we can to reduce exposure. That is paramount to everything. And it's so paramount that we're still trying to convince CMS, Medicare services providers, that that's where we need to be looking. Because right now they're dumping a lot of money into treatment, which will always be there. But if you can stop exposure, you stop any future issues with dependence.
Right. So certainly everyone who already has an experience with opioid pain relief may be seeking more opioid pain relief.
Right.
And so your approach there is to help them reduce that need and find other solutions.
Right.
But then you're saying if we can reach a population that's never actually experienced opioid pain relief, and we can give them other ways for pain relief, then they maybe never need an opioid to begin with, or if they do, it will be for very acute situations and very short-term use.
Absolutely. And so instead of even addressing pain as acute and chronic now, we look at things as opioid naive versus opioid tolerant. The FDA has set that as a goal. So we're training not only the physicians, nurses, therapists, ancillary staff to address it that way, but we're also trying to promote that nationally. Because if you address it by the amount of opioids you're exposed to, you can better control that parameter.
Okay. And we've talked a little bit about the fact that opioid pain relief was in use, outpatient, inpatient, emergency, it was everywhere. And our health system is looking at all of those areas for ways to reduce pain. So certainly as someone is coming into the emergency department, we're no longer prescribing that 30, 60, 90 days worth of pain medication. Maybe it's a few days, or maybe it's not an opiate at all, right, but other options. And if they have to be hospitalized, in the past we might have started that conversation with the patient about reducing their pain or eliminating their pain while they're in inpatient setting in the hospital. But we're actually adjusting that and introducing more therapy there as well. Is that right?
Absolutely. Anything we can do to limit exposure and make a person comfortable. One of the things that we started when we got involved in the initial National Joint Bundle effort for total joints is we tried to establish through a individual one-on-one interaction with the potential patient that what is the pain level that you can tolerate during the stay. So we would have patients who would have total knee replacements thinking they should have zero pain out of surgery, and that's not realistic.
Right.
As soon as you get a realistic understanding and an agreement, a verbal contract, if you will, that we're going to keep your pain at this level, it makes things much easier. Pain is a byproduct of surgery in many, many cases, and to expect to have zero pain is not realistic. So as soon as we know what those levels are, then we can do whatever modalities from the least invasive to dry needling if needed, because that is invasive, to try to keep that pain within that agreed upon parameter that you want to maintain while you're in the hospital.
So interesting that from emergency, inpatient, and outpatient, one of the first things we have to do is work with the patient to have some understanding of what's actually realistic. So maybe we have had decades of medical practice that we're creating an unrealistic expectation.
Yeah, and that expectation actually was reinforced by CMS when they made pain the fifth vital sign. These things all kind of fell in line. The OxyContin's coming about, the pain as the fifth vital sign, and then everyone having to address that. So it made it, in fact, pain as an HCAP score is no longer tabulated by the federal government because no one's able to achieve the structure that it sets up. People's pain is a subjective issue that we're trying to address objectively through the use of modalities and or pain medicines when needed.
Right. And so if a patient understands that post-surgery pain is normal, and there is a discussion and an agreement between the caregivers and the patient about what that goal is to get well and get out of the hospital, and what that pain threshold is to push to get there, right, then we have a successful experience of a surgery, post-surgery, rehab, and home.
Yeah, and you have an experience where the patient's desires and needs have been met by the clinicians, and that there is the buy-in, and you have to have the buy-in. You can't have a quality experience as a patient unless we're listening to what your needs are and giving you as best as we can realistically a pain measurement that we can help you achieve during your stay.
Very good. Well, I appreciate you coming in today to talk with us about opioids and about how physical therapy can make a difference.
Thank you very much for having us.
All right. Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. We've been talking today about the national crisis in opioid use, how it's affecting people who live in St. Tammany Parish, and what St. Tammany Health System is doing to make a difference for patients who live here close to home.
basic anatomy of how a traffic signal works. You have a minimum green time that's set. You have a yellow amber clearance time, and you have an all red phase. So the more complicated the intersection, the more phases that you're introducing to give a protected left turn or to allow the side street to run, the more time you're spending on the clearance phases, and you can't give as much to the green time. If we see there's an issue and we want to give more time, we have to pull that time from somewhere else. So all of the lights along the corridor are set to the same cycle. If you make one change at one intersection, it carries through to the others. You know, if I was to take 5 seconds from the main road to give to a side street that is intersection, then it's cutting down 5 seconds for every cycle. And that carries through over an hour and over a day. And you go throughout the day, that's a change that just doesn't happen when that one person comes through there. That's a permanent change that's made through the corridor, and the effects can be felt through that entire corridor. When we're coming in to retime a corridor, there's several steps that we have to take. We have a data collection phase. We need to know what kind of traffic is out there. We take 24-hour volume counts to identify peak hours. We then go out and count peak hour traffic so that we can get the turning maneuvers. We look at crash data to see if anything is going on in the intersection, and we look at geometry and the phasing and the existing timing of the signal. Once we get all that information, we come back into the office and we plug all of our information into a model. And we run that model to see if the existing intersection needs any work or if it just needs to be retimed. We go through that process for whichever peak hours we have. Most of the time it's a morning and an evening peak hour. After we do that, then we work up our data, we have our proposed timings, any phasing changes that need to be made, and we go out in the field and we implement it. We actually punch it into these signals and then we program it and watch it run and see if we need to make any adjustments. It's the favorite part of my job. I enjoy working with traffic signals just because they can have such a big impact. If there's a problem or if there's a shift in traffic patterns, we can usually make a big difference fairly fast. Now conversely, we do have some roads that are over capacity, meaning we have too many cars and too few lanes, and traffic signals aren't, they may not be able to help in a situation like that. We can definitely program them to help with the efficiency, but sometimes you need more lanes or you need a different form of traffic control.
A few years ago, I built this gaming dining table, and I quickly realized that I would probably have to build a set of chairs to go with it. So it took me a while to get to it, but I finally came up with a design that I liked, and I built the prototype in the guild, and with the help of some guild members, I actually developed the prototype into a final design that I really like, and I've got all 6 chairs right here around the table. So let me show you some of the details. The wood I used is cherry, and the overall design kind of has a modern aesthetic, but has a few throwbacks to some classic things like green and green furniture, which you guys know I love. I've got a few cloud lifts here as details in the rail and the crest rail at the top. I've got some nice curvature in the back rail. In fact, I actually used the profile of the Maloof Rockers backrest to give me the shape that I know is definitely going to be comfortable. Crest rail has some curvature there, and the legs are angled out at about 6 or 7 degrees, and that gives the chair a little bit of a splay angle, makes the top a little bit wider. The seat here is upholstered and inset, and you can design any seat you want for that. Overlay, inset, it all works with this design. The legs have some nice tapers and a pillowed effect on them, and the finish is just a simple wiping varnish. Now for the full version of this build, I think it's like 16 or 17 videos that we did and a full set of plans and templates. Go to thewoodwhispererguild.com for more information, but for now, let me show you how I built it. So as it turns out, chairs have been around for a long time, so before I put pencil to paper, I'll use some other chairs as reference and extract some important measurements. From there, I'll sketch up some full-size drawings. This not only helps me work out the details, but also gives me what I need to make the templates. The templates are made from 1/8" hardboard, which is inexpensive, flexible, and easy to shape. Before cutting the legs to shape, I'll route the mortises. The rear legs are then rough cut, and the side template is used at the router table with a flush trim bit to develop the final shape. After the prototype was built, I made a nice rounding sled to help me build the 5 remaining chairs. With the side profile established, we can now cut the front profile on the rear legs. The front legs are cut to size and then mortised. Each leg receives tapers on the inside faces and a pillowed profile on the outside faces. The rails of the chair are cut to size and mitered to the appropriate angle on the ends. Normally this would be a nightmare to mortise, but with a simple angled support board, the process is pretty easy. This is a variation of a trick that I learned from fellow woodworker Matthew Teague. The rails receive a decorative cloud lift inspired by Daryl Peart's Green and Green Aurora furniture. Cut-off stock is used to create the loose tenons, and we can now do a quick dry assembly. The crest rail is cut to fit in between the legs, and the ends are mitered for a perfect fit. I'll attach the crest rail with screws, and then we'll later cap those off with walnut plugs. The backrest blanks are first cut to size and mitered to fit between the bottom back rail and the crest rail. The crest rail, lower back rail, and backrest blanks are now mortised. The backrests are then cut to shape in 2 dimensions. I can now add a slight pillowing with a high point in the center, and the edges are about 1/16 of an inch thinner. We can now shape the crest rail with a curve at the top and 2 little relief cuts on the bottom. The crest rail also has curves cut out on the front and the back faces. Since I'm doing an inset seat, I also need to add cleats to the inside of the rails. After rounding over the edges and doing some finish sanding, I could do the final assembly of the chair. Walnut plugs are installed and then trimmed flush. The crest rail is smoothed into the legs, and any last bits of sanding are taken care of. This chair design can accommodate 3 seat types, including wood overlay, upholstered overlay, and upholstered inset, which is the version I'm going for. Upholstery is one of those things that's easy to learn but difficult to master. All you need is a stable base, some foam, a layer of batting, and your fabric of choice. The fabric is wrapped and stapled to the underside. The finish I'm using is a wiping varnish. I apply a total of 4 coats. The cherry will age over time, and an oil-based finish really brings out the natural beauty. So if you want to build one of these chairs or even a whole set, you can get all the details at
woodwhisperer.com.
Pretty close. TheWoodWhispererGuild.com. All right, nice job. Just go to
woodwhisperer.com.
Try again. What is it? So if you'd like to, sorry, I messed up.
On today's show, Mark and I are going to make this wooden spatula to replace this wooden spatula. So my favorite wooden wooden spatula recently fell apart, and I thought, hey, we have a wood shop. Why don't we make one?
Instead of just going to Walmart and spending $3, we use like $10 worth of charity.
I spent way more than $3 on this.
Oh, did you?
Maybe $4.
Okay. So I had these cutoffs from a dining chair project I'm working on, and I screwed up a part, and I was just saving these for something in the future. And I think this is perfect.
Oh, look at that.
You could probably even get 2 out of a piece like this if you wanted to. But this is the kind of blank that we used. We basically just stole all the shapes and dimensions pretty much from the old spoon and did our best to replicate it. So here we go.
I used the old spatula to draw rough guidelines. Because I need to mount this on the lathe, I'll leave a large chunk on the handle side. At the bandsaw, I cut away the waste. I'll leave the spatula side alone since Mark will work on that part later. Now I can mount the blank on the lathe and start turning the handle. It's been a while since I've turned, so I'm taking my time roughing the handle into a nice consistent cylinder. The handle starts off wide, then tapers in before flaring out as it transitions into the spatula. Now I'll sand the handle to smooth it out. And now I can pass the blank off to Mark for some carving.
At the bandsaw, I'll make some cuts to help refine the shape. There are lots of ways to carve something like this, but I really enjoy using a die grinder with a long bullnose burr. The round side of a large rasp helps even out the inside curve. On the outside curve, I can just use a spoke shape to do the majority of the shaping. The spatula is pretty thin, so once the shape is established, I'll go back and refine the thickness at the edges. For the transition to the handle, I'll use a small rasp. A nice sharp card scraper is great for the final refinement. A little sanding and the spatula end is complete. The handle receives a couple of angled cuts at the end for a decorative touch. Now I'll just use a rasp to refine and smooth the shape. For the finish, I'll apply some polymerized linseed oil. One very light coat every day for a week before the spatula is used in the kitchen. From there, I'll apply a coat whenever the spatula starts to look dry. So here it is, your spatula.
Why, thank you.
It came out really nice.
I think we worked really well together.
We made a good team on this one.
You know, it is a little lighter than my original, but I'm okay with it because it feels very sturdy.
Feels sturdy. The handle, actually, right in here, we went a little bit thinner than we wanted to, but I think it actually looks better.
I think so, too.
I don't think it really takes much away from the strength either.
Yeah. Maybe a denser wood on the second one.
Well, and that's a good point because I think a lot of people are going to want to know what woods can you use to make kitchen utensils. I think as long as you stay away from things that are like really oily and exactly, and exotic stuff that could very well in a hot liquid or something leach something out. I mean, a lot of this is really unknown stuff, but I think you could go with some denser species. But as always, if you stay with domestic hardwoods, things like maple, cherry, those are all going to be good candidates.
Do you know what this is?
This is probably some import, East Jabip wood. Is that an East Coast thing? I don't know. But basically, this stuff is really, comparatively speaking, it's pretty dense. But
well, and I like it that this is one solid piece. As you can see, that was a
layup of multiple pieces, and that was the failure point on this one. So hopefully, this as a single solid piece will hold up better. But hopefully, we'll do some more projects together. That was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun. We should do? We should carve some stuff in it too.
Ooh, let's do
that. On the handle here, maybe we'll put our initials.
Oh, that sounds great. Let's not do that. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Bye.
Anytime I get you on the camera, I got outtakes. chopping the meat.
So what am I saying? All right.
So you might recall this project. This is the rustic outdoor table, and it looks even more rustic than it did on day one. I have to say I neglected the finish on this. I think we just applied like a teak oil product and it hasn't held up well, and it really needed to be applied at least yearly, but I didn't do that. You know, we had another kid and hey, I got a little helper today. I did actually get a chance to refinish the benches. Those held up much better and probably just need a new top coat at this point, but the key lesson here, outdoor finishes always require additional maintenance. It's just the way it is. It's a way of life with outdoor furniture. So we will do a little rehab on this one. It doesn't take much to remove the gray top layer and expose fresh wood fibers. Western red cedar grays really nicely over time, so if you're into that weathered look, you might not want to sand a surface like I'm doing here. To fill all the cracks and checks, I'm using West Systems epoxy. Unlike regular 5-minute epoxy, this stuff is loose enough to pour into the small holes and cracks, and it just soaks it right up. I could then use a putty knife to spread the epoxy and push it further into the cracks. Though I didn't initially intend on it, it quickly became evident that I'd get best results by simply coating the entire surface. Then I could just go back with an irrigation syringe and force epoxy into the deepest cracks. The ends of the breadboards were in really bad shape, so once the top surface was dry, I just tilted the table on its side and used some blue tape to hold back the epoxy and let the end grains soak up all it wanted. For the benches, I decided to completely remove the previous finish. The wood under there was in much better shape than the table. Once the epoxy was dry, I sanded it smooth with 80 grit paper. As you can see, even the base required some epoxy fills here and there. At this point, it was pretty fun posting pictures online and watching people freak out about how I ruined this table. But as you can see, after some diligent sanding, the top starts to look really nice. Now I can sand up to 180 grit and get ready for the 1-2 punch finish. Epoxy sealer, followed by marine varnish. I'm trying a new to me epoxy sealer product called Total Boat Epoxy. Unlike similar sealers such as CPES, this stuff has minimal odor and 0 VOCs. Mixing is simple. Just use the ratio markings on the mixing cup and apply liberally to the surface. For better absorption, you can dilute with acetone. The product applies easily enough, but it didn't seem to soak into the fibers as readily as CPES. And it also took a very long time to cure, like a week. Eventually, I was able to lightly sand the surface with 180 grit in preparation for the varnish. My varnish of choice is Epiphanes. This stuff is super thick, so I like to dilute it with mineral spirits by about 50% for the first couple of coats, and the last few coats I usually go down to 25%. You can apply this varnish like any other oil-based varnish. I like using foam brushes or natural bristle brushes. By the way, I should mention that none of these products are inexpensive. These are marine quality finishes, and they're made to survive some pretty harsh conditions. That's a good investment for someone who really doesn't want to refinish furniture every year. The tabletop was the biggest pain in the butt, primarily because I didn't want to bring the table into the shop. So my finishing schedule was subject to the weather. And yes, this table did get rained on a couple of times before I wised up and covered it with a tarp. After each coat of varnish, I sand the surface with 220 grit. Towards the end, I move up to 320 grit. I apply a full 5 coats of gloss varnish to all parts of the project. At the rate of 1 coat a day, and in some cases only being able to apply finish to one side at a time, you could see how a project like this might take weeks. The regular Epiphanes product is high gloss. I'm not really a fan of high gloss, so I'm doing 2 more coats of Epiphanes matte wood finish. Because I like to make things confusing, I pour the finish and dilute it inside an empty can of the gloss product. Now check out how well this stuff works. I apply a nice even coat, and then after it dries, the surface is just dead flat. I give the surface a quick hand sanding with 320, vacuum off the dust, and apply a second coat of matte, which is the final coat of finish. All right, so was this a lot of work? Yes, it was. It was a giant pain in my butt. It took a very long time, dodging weather, and just the sheer number of coats of an oil-based finish like this, it just takes a long time. But in the end, it's totally worth it because now it's a very easy to clean surface. I have no problem having the family come out here and have dinner on this thing. There's no splinters, and there's sort of a secondary benefit. The fact that I let this guy sit out in the weather for so long means there were a lot of cracks, and all those cracks are now filled with epoxy, and it gives this surface a very unique look, one that would be difficult to replicate if you were trying to create it from fresh wood. So, it's kind of got that sort of earned rustic character that's difficult to replicate. But overall, I like it. It's got like splotchiness everywhere, and it sort of really lives up to that sort of rustic, not so rustic thing that I was going for with the original build. All right, so I would say the lesson learned here is you should probably finish your projects properly the first time so that you don't have to do a big do-over mulligan like this. But if you do, there are ways to salvage a project even when it looks like it's in really, really bad condition. All right, thanks for watching. Well, how about that? Right on cue. It's actually starting to rain, so good thing I got this umbrella in place. But even if I didn't, I think that finish is going to hold up quite nicely. The Wood Whisperer is sponsored by Powermatic and Titebond. Now, you guys probably know by now that I love power tools, but I also love hand tools. And in fact, a couple years ago, I wrote a book called Hybrid Woodworking, and the point is how you incorporate hand tools into a power tool shop. And I've got a really good example of that right here. So I'm building a gaming coffee table for an upcoming class at the Mark Adams School, and I need to create a rabbited lip around the top so I could fit a lid down into that. The problem is a rabbiting bit creates a round corner, but those corners need to be square. So if you're just going power tools, you're kind of stuck here because you really need to use chisels to get that thing nice and squared off and smooth. All right, so that's the technique I'm going to show you. It's a little bit of a deep dive, something that we tend to not do very often these days, but hopefully this will be useful information to you. Check it out. First, we need to extend the lines of the rabbet. I'll use a marking knife with one beveled face. The flat face goes against the straight edge and the beveled face goes toward the waist. The straight edge is lined up with the edge of the rabbet and the lines are scribed in both directions. These scribe lines are incredibly important because they establish a nice crisp starting point for our chisel work. And this is way better than using a pencil because there's no debating where to place our chisel, and the scribe also helps prevent tear out. To help maintain the integrity of the lines, I'll chop in at a slight angle to remove a little chunk of material. It's not completely necessary, but it does act as something of a buffer zone. Now we can't just drop our chisel on the line and cut down. Because the angled bevel, the wood in front of the chisel has a tendency to force it back, which could crush the fibers and ruin our crisp line. So we first have to remove the bulk of the stock. You'll notice that I'm not going all the way to the bottom of the rabbet. That little bit of extra material down there helps prevent making ugly chop lines in the bottom surface. When I get pretty close, I stop chopping and start paring. I actually use my body weight to help guide the chisel down the sides as it peels away a little bit at a time. Finally, I can place my chisel directly in the scribe line and chop straight down using my widest chisel. It's usually pretty easy to see the material that you miss if the chisel goes off course, so a little paring should take care of it. Now, for the bottom, I simply use the chisel with the bevel down to plane away the little ledge and make that surface nice and flush. And any final finessing can be done with a card scraper. That'll do it. So hopefully hopefully you found that useful. If you're interested in a project like this gaming coffee table, I did make a gaming dining table that's available. There's a free site version as well as a guild project available. And this one I am making a set of plans for, and I did film because I was kind of in a rush, so it was just over the shoulder kind of filming. But I will make a free video for this and then have a set of plans available later on. But that'll probably be a couple of months from now. So if you're interested, it's coming. All right, thanks for watching, everybody. We'll catch you next time. Does a hand plane surface look better than something that's been scraped or sanded? Let's find out. Hit it! Any hand tool user will tell you that nothing beats a hand plane surface. But is that really true? I know I sand a lot of my projects to a high grit or scrape them, and I like the results, but I do think there's some merit to it because a hand plane is actually slicing the grain. It's a nice clean cut and it leaves the pores wide open. When you sand, a lot of times you're actually abrading the surface, you're crushing it down, and that could lead to a lack of clarity. But the question is, after you apply finish, can you even tell the difference? So we're going to do a little bit of an experiment today. We're going to scrape, plane, and sand some test boards and then finish them and see if we can even see any differences. Let's get to it. The test boards were drum sanded to 120 grit. The sanded samples were sanded by hand with 120, 180, and 220 grit. The scraped sample was hit with a few passes from a card scraper. For the planing, I'll use a freshly honed 50-degree blade in my low-angle jack plane. And before we apply the finish, let's take a look at these results here. The hand plane surface is definitely better than the sanded surface, just in terms of depth, clarity. It just looks really good. The question is, what's going to happen after we apply finish? But you can see why hand tool users say that this surface is superior, because it certainly does look better. The scraped surface versus the sanded one over here, I don't see as much of a difference between the two. I do see some lines in here from the scraping, which can happen, and that's why I always hit my scraped surfaces with a little bit of sandpaper before I actually apply finish. But the difference isn't all that substantial here. All right, so let's apply some finish and see what happens. The finish I'm using here is Osmo Polix, an oil-based product. Each board gets a light coat on both sides. After the board's cured, I added a couple of coats of lacquer to one side, just to see if a thicker film finish affects the appearance. First, let's take a look at the plain versus sanded, and this is just the oil side. And I do see a difference here. It's not dramatic, but it's definitely there. The darker spots are just darker on the plain board. They're a little bit lighter, and it gives a little bit more of a consistent look to the sanded surface. So this could come down to personal preference. Maybe you do want to tone down some of that contrast, but for sure, the hand plane surface definitely has darker stripes on it. Let's flip it over and take a look at the lacquered side. Oil and then lacquer. And here I see another contrast as well. It just looks like this has more clarity. The lights are lighter, the darks are darker. Right? So if you're going for contrast, it definitely seems like this hand plane surface looks better. Not that this looks bad, but the sanded surface is a little bit more muted and a little bit less of a high contrast. Now let's look at the scraped versus the sanded, and this is the oiled side. I don't really see as much of a contrast and difference between these two. Generally speaking, the lights are about the same, the darks are about the same. The only exception is this area here does look a little bit darker than this, but I think that's probably more of a composition difference because these were sliced from the same board, and this just may be, a little bit more darker material there. But overall, I don't see that much of a contrast. So let's flip it over to the lacquered side. And once again, they both look pretty equal to my eyes. They both look great though. This is amazing material. And just for the sake of good experimentation, I took the original sanded board and gave it the planing treatment. So here's a side-by-side of the same board, sanded on the left and planed on the right. Once again, the plain board shows more contrast. Now, of course, a little experiment like this is not perfect, and it's left to interpretation. You may look at those boards and see something different, and your conclusion may be different, but I just want to give you some data points that you could use for yourself and make a decision for what's right in your shop. Now, if I'm to draw a conclusion from this, I've got to say the hand tool users are right. This surface is better, and especially if we're talking about a highly figured wood, I think it's totally worth it to tune up a hand plane and make those final passes with the hand plane. If you can't and you have to sand, obviously it still looks good. That's absolutely beautiful, but if you want the most contrast possible, you got to use a blade and not sandpaper. And a scraper is good, but I still don't think that the scraper is producing nearly as much contrast as we see with the hand plane, and that could be circumstantial. These two pieces, my sample pieces, were very different, the one I used for scraping versus the hand plane, so that could be a factor as well. But scraping and hand planes have another benefit. They're faster and they don't use as much sandpaper or create as much dust as sanding. So when I sanded those pieces, I had to go from 120 to 180 to 220, and some people want to go to 320. That's a lot of work, a lot of paper, and a lot of dust. I could do the same thing and get better results with about 4 or 5 passes of a hand plane. So this is where the whole hybrid woodworking thing comes in, and I try to hammer it home in my book, that you really just want to use these hand tools to finesse, or at least I want to use these hand tools just to finesse. I don't want to use it for milling, but if I can get better results, save myself time and money, totally going to use a hand plane for it. All right, so hopefully this helps you in your woodworking journey and gives you some information that you could use in your shop. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to another segment of Get Outside St. Tammany. My name is Will Afton, and I'm a horticulture agent with the LSU Ag Center here in St. Tammany Parish. I work out of Covington, Louisiana, and today I want to talk about a lawn disease issue called brown patch disease, or some people now call it large patch disease. In the springtime and then again in the fall time, like now when we have cool nights and slightly warm days with a little bit of excess moisture, brown patch disease can be very prevalent on all of our warm season turf grasses, especially St. Augustine and centipede grass. Basically in lower areas of the yard, areas that hold water, maybe slightly compacted soils, you'll notice that the leaf blade tissue will turn brown, kind of melt away, and then that patch will slowly get larger over the next few days. It's not uncommon for it to increase in size 2 to 3 times over the time period of about a week. So hence the name large patch. It can get large pretty quickly. We have a lot of pressure here in South Louisiana due to all of our rainfall, so as we approach this fall time weather, we need to be observant and make sure to catch these things early before the problems get worse. One of the worst things you can do if you have brown patch in the yard is to add fertilizer. It's very common if we have a brown area of grass to maybe put down a little lawn fertilizer so that we can green it up. Brown patch disease feeds on the leaf tissue, so if we force a lot of growth, we can actually speed up the development of that disease and make things a lot worse. So if we do have brown patch set in, do not fertilize whatever you do. When we come to these times of year when we have a lot of disease pressure like the fall now, we need to think about making a preventative application of a pesticide. In this case, we're dealing with a fungus, so we're going to use a fungicide. I have 2 examples for you here today. These are liquid type products, and these are in nice hose-in containers, so you don't have to do any mixing here. It's just a matter of connecting the hose, turning the knob here to the on position, and as the water comes out the applicator, it actually siphons out the right amount of chemical, and you just spray to wet and move on. It's imperative if you have brown patch disease in the, let's say, front yard, you actually want to treat the entire front yard, even the sections that don't show any disease, because we're trying to prevent the spread of that disease. And if you just treat the just the symptomatic areas, you can get yourself into a situation where you just move the disease around the front yard, and that can be a little hectic and annoying. So treat the whole front yard to keep it from spreading. Another very important thing to realize when treating not only just brown patch, but a lot of plant diseases in general, is we don't want to get in the habit of using the same product over and over again. In our area where we have a lot of disease pressure, we find ourselves spraying almost on a preventative schedule. So we're going to be making probably 2 or 3 applications each season as needed. And if we use that same thing over and over, we can actually build up a resistance problem. So I've actually brought in 2 separate fungicides that have different active ingredients. So in a way to fight disease resistance, it's always a good idea to what we like to call alternate our chemistries. But what that means is, use one active ingredient like this myclobutanil product, and then if we need to treat again, if the disease is still there, we'll switch over to this propiconazole product, and we'll alternate back and forth to keep that organism in check. Once we make it through the fall and things start to dry up a little bit, we get consistent cool weather, the disease pressure will go away, and it probably keep it at bay. But as springtime comes next year, be observant and catch it when it's in the early stages. So anyway, look, for more information on brown patch disease and other lawn problems, visit the lsuagcenter.com website to get your hands on publications and fact sheets. If you want to call my office locally here in St. Tammany Parish, the number there is 985-875-2635. Or if you'd like to take some pictures of the yard and send it to my email address, you can do so at wafton@agcenter.lsu.edu.
So I just moved in with his family, and it's embarrassing. The little one, he likes to go outside and crawl around in the giant litter box. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, I was born and I knew how to use the litter box. Look at that! That's disgusting! Oh, poop already! You're making me nervous. Oh, okay, I can't look at this anymore. I really hope he grows out of this, for his sake.
But it would be safe to keep your distance until the secret that will make you smile. Reliable sources say that chicken soup has found their way out of this. We are returning.
Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. Go to discovertheforest.org.
Hello, and welcome to Get Outside St. Tammany. My name's Larry Reynolds, and I'm the Waterfowl Program Manager for the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. Everything duck, goose, and shorebird related in the state of Louisiana comes through me in my section, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the upcoming duck season. The September teal season just concluded, and the duck season for folks in St. Tammany Parish will begin on November 9th if you hunt in the coastal zone, and November 23rd if you hunt in the east zone. Waterfowl hunting in Louisiana is pretty special. We have long been one of the top waterfowl harvest states in the United States, and oftentimes the highest harvest state in the Mississippi Flyway. And the reasons for that is because there is a large funnel of migrating birds that ends up here in the state of Louisiana in our forested wetlands and flooded agricultural fields of the Mississippi Alluvial Valley and the coastal wetlands and prairies along our coast from the Texas border to the Mississippi border. Folks here in St. Tammany enjoy hunting at Pearl River Wildlife Management Area, the North Shore marshes of Lake Pontchartrain, all the way south to the mouth of the river at Pasalutra WMA and Delta National Wildlife Refuge. The number of birds wintering in the southeastern portion of Louisiana can be as high as 1 million. And those birds come from as far away as southeastern Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario in Canada, and North and South Dakota in Minnesota in the northern United States. Gadwalls, blue-winged teal, green-winged teal, pintails, canvasbacks, and lots of lesser scaup use the marshes of southeast Louisiana. Now, how good is the hunting in Louisiana? Not as good as it used to be. And all of us know that we've suffered coastal wetland loss, changes in agricultural habitat, that we're on the wrong end of climate change, and we've suffered a lot of invasive aquatics, especially here in our coastal forests that are now covered with water hyacinth and salvinia. But the hunting success is still good enough to keep us among the top hunting states in the United States, and especially the Mississippi Flyway. This year, hunting success is probably going to be a little bit better than it was last year. Last year was one of our worst years. We had flooding up and down the flyway. We had extremely warm temperatures, one of the warmest winters on record. And all the birds up and down the flyway, not just in Louisiana, were spread out over a variety of habitats. Our midwinter surveys were low. Our harvests were extremely low in Louisiana, but also low in a lot of the other states in the Mississippi Flyway. This year, the outlook is probably a little bit better. Not so much from the breeding grounds, because the population on the breeding grounds, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, North Dakota, South Dakota, has declined about 6% from last year, but the pond numbers are about the same, and the number of ponds at the southern end of the breeding grounds is higher than it was last year, and that typically means better reproductive success, which means more young birds in the fall flight, which typically results in better hunting success for us. Certainly, if we don't have the extensive flooding that we had last year, we should expect better hunting success compared to last year. Although long-term, our large-scale, long-term habitat changes aren't particularly positive for waterfowl. The habitat conditions this year here in southeast Louisiana are probably not quite as good as they were last year. We've had really high river stages, lots of high water. The submerged aquatic vegetation that ducks depend on for food in the winter is down slightly, but we've still got some time. As long as things stay dry and we have calm weather conditions, which means no hurricanes, we'll probably have better habitat conditions come the opening of the duck season than they're in right now. Most importantly, if we can get people out and participating, there's a tremendous experience awaiting everyone in the marshes of southeast Louisiana if you take the time and make the effort to go out and experience the hunting opportunity here. Thanks very much for watching, and I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the fall.
welcome back to another segment of Get Outside St. Tammany. My name is Will Afton, and I'm a horticulture agent with the LSU Ag Center here in St. Tammany Parish. I work out of Covington, Louisiana, and today I want to talk about a lawn disease issue called brown patch disease, or some people now call it large patch disease. In the springtime and then again in the fall time, like now when we have cool nights and slightly warm days with a little bit of excess moisture, brown patch disease can be very prevalent on all of our warm season turf grasses, especially St. Augustine and centipede grass. Basically in lower areas of the yard, areas that hold water, maybe slightly compacted soils, you'll notice that the leaf blade tissue will turn brown, kind of melt away, and then that patch will slowly get larger over the next few days. It's not uncommon for it to increase in size 2 to 3 times over the time period of about a week. So hence the name large patch. It can get large pretty quickly. We have a lot of pressure here in South Louisiana due to all of our rainfall, so as we approach this fall time weather, we need to be observant and make sure to catch these things early before the problems get worse. One of the worst things you can do if you have brown patch in the yard is to add fertilizer. It's very common if we have a brown area of grass to maybe put down a little lawn fertilizer so that we can green it up. Brown patch disease feeds on the leaf tissue, so if we force a lot of growth, we can actually speed up the development of that disease and make things a lot worse. So if we do have brown patch set in, do not fertilize whatever you do. When we come to these times of year when we have a lot of disease pressure like the fall now, we need to think about making a preventative application of a pesticide. In this case, we're dealing with a fungus, so we're going to use a fungicide. I have 2 examples for you here today. These are liquid type products, and these are in nice hose-in containers, so you don't have to do any mixing here. It's just a matter of connecting the hose, turning the knob here to the on position, and as the water comes out the applicator, it actually siphons out the right amount of chemical, and you just spray to wet and move on. It's imperative if you have brown patch disease in the, let's say, front yard, you actually want to treat the entire front yard, even the sections that don't show any disease, because we're trying to prevent the spread of that disease. And if you just treat the just the symptomatic areas, you can get yourself into a situation where you just move the disease around the front yard, and that can be a little hectic and annoying. So treat the whole front yard to keep it from spreading. Another very important thing to realize when treating not only just brown patch, but a lot of plant diseases in general, is we don't want to get in the habit of using the same product over and over again. In our area where we have a lot of disease pressure, we find ourselves spraying almost on a preventative schedule. So we're going to be making probably 2 or 3 applications each season as needed. And if we use that same thing over and over, we can actually build up a resistance problem. So I've actually brought in 2 separate fungicides that have different active ingredients. So in a way to fight disease resistance, it's always a good idea to what we like to call alternate our chemistries, but what that means is, use one active ingredient, like this myclobutanil product, and then if we need to treat again, if the disease is still there, we'll switch over to this propiconazole product, and we'll alternate back and forth to keep that organism in check. Once we make it through the fall and things start to dry up a little bit, and we get consistent cool weather, the disease pressure will go away, and it probably keep it at bay. But as springtime comes next year, be observant and catch it when it's in the early stages. So anyway, look, for more information on brown patch disease and other lawn problems, visit the LSUAgCenter.com website to get your hands on publications and fact sheets. If you want to call my office locally here in St. Tammany Parish, the number there is 985-875-2635. Or if you'd like to take some pictures of the yard and send it to my email address, you can do so at wafton@agcenter.lsu.edu.
So I just moved in with his family, and it's embarrassing. The little one, he likes to go outside and crawl around in the giant litter box. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, I was born and I knew how to use the litter box. Look at that! That's disgusting! Oh, poop already! You're making me nervous. Oh, okay, I can't look at this anymore. I really hope he grows out of this, for his sake.
But it would be safe to keep your distance until the secret that makes you smile. The sources say that chicken soup has found their way out of this. They are returning.
Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. Go to discovertheforest.org.
Hello, and welcome to Get Outside St. Tammany. My name's Larry Reynolds, and I'm the Waterfowl Program Manager for the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. Everything duck, goose, and shorebird related in the state of Louisiana comes through me in my section, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the upcoming duck season. The September teal season just concluded, and the duck season for folks in St. Tammany Parish will begin on November 9th if you hunt in the coastal zone, and November 23rd if you hunt in the east zone. Waterfowl hunting in Louisiana is pretty special. We have long been one of the top waterfowl harvest states in the United States, and oftentimes the highest harvest state in the Mississippi Flyway. And the reasons for that is because there is a large funnel of migrating birds that ends up here in the state of Louisiana in our forested wetlands and flooded agricultural fields of the Mississippi Alluvial Valley and the coastal wetlands and prairies along our coast from the Texas border to the Mississippi border. Folks here in St. Tammany enjoy hunting at Pearl River Wildlife Management Area, the North Shore marshes of Lake Pontchartrain, all the way south to the mouth of the river at Pasalutra WMA and Delta National Wildlife Refuge. The number of birds wintering in the southeastern portion of Louisiana can be as high as 1 million, and those birds come from as far away as southeastern Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario in Canada, and North and South Dakota in Minnesota in the northern United States. Gadwalls, blue-winged teal, green-winged teal, pintails, canvasbacks, and lots of lesser scaup use the marshes of southeast Louisiana. Now, how good is the hunting in Louisiana? Not as good as it used to be. And all of us know that we've suffered coastal wetland loss, changes in agricultural habitat, that we're on the wrong end of climate change, and we've suffered a lot of invasive aquatics, especially here in our coastal forests that are now covered with water hyacinth and salvinia. But the hunting success is still good enough to keep us among the top hunting states in the United States, and especially the Mississippi Flyway. This year, hunting success is probably going to be a little bit better than it was last year. Last year was one of our worst years. We had flooding up and down the flyway. We had extremely warm temperatures, one of the warmest winters on record. And all the birds up and down the flyway, not just in Louisiana, were spread out over a variety of habitats. Our midwinter surveys were low. Our harvests were extremely low in Louisiana, but also low in a lot of the other states in the Mississippi Flyway. This year, the outlook is probably a little bit bit better. Not so much from the breeding grounds, because the population on the breeding grounds, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, North Dakota, South Dakota, has declined about 6% from last year, but the pond numbers are about the same, and the number of ponds at the southern end of the breeding grounds is higher than it was last year, and that typically means better reproductive success, which means more young birds in the fall flight, which typically results in better hunting success for us. Certainly, if we don't have the extensive flooding that we had last year, we should expect better hunting success compared to last year. Although long-term, our large-scale, long-term habitat changes aren't particularly positive for waterfowl. The habitat conditions this year here in southeast Louisiana are probably not quite as good as they were last year. We've had really high river stages, lots of high water. The submerged aquatic vegetation that ducks depend on for food in the winter is down slightly, but we've still got some time. As long as things stay dry and we have calm weather conditions, which means no hurricanes, we'll probably have better habitat conditions come the opening of the duck season than they're in right now. Most importantly, if we can get people out and participating, there's a tremendous experience awaiting everyone in the marshes of southeast Louisiana if you take the time and make the effort to go out and experience the hunting opportunity here. Thanks very much for watching, and I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the fall.
We're in Livonia, a nice little town between Opelousas and Baton Rouge on US 190, and we're here to talk about J-turns. What are J-turns? With a J-turn, drivers turn right in the same direction of traffic, merge safely into the left lane to prepare to make a left turn in the direction they intended to travel. This option uses an extended deceleration lane, basically adding a third lane on the highway to allow traffic making a left turn onto opposing lanes to safely pull off the main line, out of the way of high-speed traffic. Also, acceleration lanes are often constructed to allow you the opportunity to gain speed after turning onto the highway and to safely merge. How do J-turns enhance safety? J-turns have proven to be safer than other alternatives because they eliminate or reduce right-angle crashes. Right-angle crashes are often the cause of fatalities and serious injuries at intersections. In traditional intersections, there are 42 different conflict points where an accident can occur. 24 of those can cause serious accidents, such as a T-bone or right-angle crashes. A J-turn intersection can have no more than 29 possible conflict points. Some J-turn intersections can be designed that there are 0 crossing conflict points. Nationwide, stats show a more than 50% decline in crashes where J-turns are installed. Fatal crashes decline by as much as 85%. So let's go back to Livonia. Many times there were drivers wishing to turn left. Those drivers would have to stop in a travel lane. This could and would sometimes end up in a rear-end crash, especially when the driver of the moving vehicle was not paying attention. Now, with the J-turns, there's a designated U-turn lane where drivers can safely get out of the travel lane. J-turns may take some getting used to, but they have been proven to be safer and can also minimize congestion. Thanks for watching and drive safely.
One day when you're driving, you will see a roundabout up ahead. Don't panic. Roundabouts are one-way, circular intersections designed for smooth-flowing traffic with less stop and go. They can help relieve congestion and save lives. The golden rule is you do not have to stop. Simply yield to cars already in the roundabout and proceed slowly. Follow the signs and use your signal when you exit. When you know how they work, roundabouts help traffic move smoothly and safely. So please, share this with your friends and family and be safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Abita Springs Town Hall and your Abita Springs Opry. We're all so excited. We jazzed up tonight because this is our 100th performance of the Abita Springs Opry. Birthday song for our 100th. So, from the Town Hall in beautiful Abita Springs, Louisiana, the town of Abita Springs and Abita Opry Incorporated bring to you the Abita Springs Opry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our beautiful old town hall and our beautiful town. We're glad you're here, and we're glad we have these musicians on our stage tonight. We're looking forward to our 100th celebration, and we hope that you enjoy it. We're going to start out tonight's show with this month's house band, the Steve Anderson Group. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm Abita Springs Opry welcome for the Steve Anderson Group.
Happy, happy birthday, baby. Although you're with somebody new, thought I'd drop a line to say that I wish this happy day would find me beside you. Happy, happy birthday, baby. Oh, I can't call you my baby. Seems like years ago we met on a day I can't forget. Oh, that's when we fell in love. Do you remember the names we had for each other? You were my pretty, I was your baby. How could we say goodbye? Hope I didn't spoil your birthday. No, I'm acting kinda crazy. Oh, I'll close this note to you with good luck and wishes too. Happy, happy birthday, baby. I didn't spoil your birthday. I know I'm acting kind of crazy, so I'll close this note to you. Good luck and wishes to happy, happy birthday, baby. No, John Connolly song. I don't remember loving you, and I don't recall the things you say you put me through. Tell me that you've had a guilty conscience for so long. Say that you walked out on me, say you did me wrong. I just don't see how that could be true, 'cause I don't remember loving you. I don't remember loving you. Take back to my doctor, he drops by each day at 2. I get a funny feeling when I look into your eyes. Something in your smile that gives my stomach butterflies. You must look like someone I once knew, 'cause I don't remember loving you. I don't remember loving you. I heard you mention children, you say there's 1 or 2. Say I quit my job and then I drank myself insane. Say that I ran down the highway screaming out your name. Well, that's not the sort of thing that I would do. No, I don't remember loving you. I don't remember loving you. Absolutely, positively, no, that can't be true. But everyone I know here in this place is very strange. You lend me my crayons, I'd be glad to take your name, in case I run across the guy you knew. But I don't remember loving you. I don't remember loving you, and I don't recall the things you say you put me through. Say you've had conscience for so long. Say you did me wrong. Well, I just don't see how that could be true, 'cause I don't remember loving you. No, I don't remember loving you. Thank you. And plenty words to that song.
It's a lot to remember. Yeah. Somebody's knocking, should I let him in? Lord, it's the devil, would you look at him? I heard about him, but I never dreamed he'd have blue eyes and blue jeans. should I let him in? Lord, it's the devil, would you look at him? I heard about him, but I never dreamed it had blue eyes and blue jeans. He says he tapped my telephone line. He must have known I'm spending my time alone. He says we'll have one heavenly night. My fever's burning, so we ought to feel right at home. He must have tapped my telephone line. He must have known I'm spending my time alone. He says we'll have one heavenly night. My fever's burning, so we ought to feel right at home. Somebody's knocking. Somebody's knocking. Somebody's knocking. Somebody's knocking. So this is the Steve Anderson Band. I always forget to introduce us because I don't know why. I have no. But anyway, we got Chris Talley, Ann Hibbs, Ed Whiteman, me, I'm Jan, and there's Steve Anderson right there.
Everybody sings the blues sometimes. Everybody knows the tune. Everybody knows the way I'm feeling. And everybody's had the blues. Along this song, someone is gone. The story old as time. Love, hate, or want and wait till misery fills your mind. And everybody knows the way I'm feeling. 'Cause everybody's had the blues. Song, someone is gone. Story old as time. Love, hate, or want and wait till misery fills your mind. But everybody knows the way I'm feeling. 'Cause everybody's had the blues.
It's coming. Hold your horses. But you gotta wait.
Well, I'm so tired and so weary, but I must go along till the Lord will come and call me away. Oh yes, the morning's so bright and the Lamb is alive. The night is as fair as the day. Oh yeah, there will be peace in the valley for me someday. There will be peace in the valley for me. Oh Lord, I pray there'll be no sadness, no sorrow, no trouble I see. There will be peace in the valley for me. The bear will be gentle, the wolf will be tame, the lion shall lay down by the lamb. Oh yes, the beast from the wild will be led by a child, and I'll be changed from this creature that I am. Oh yeah, there will be peace in the valley for me someday. There will be peace in the valley for me. Oh Lord, I pray there'll be no sadness, no sorrow, no trouble I see. There will be peace in the valley for me. Elijah was a wooden Indian standing by the door. He fell in love with an Indian maiden over in the antique store. Elijah just stood there and never let it show, so she could never answer yes or no. He always wore his Sunday best and held a tomahawk. Maiden wore beads and braids and hoped someday he'd talk. Elijah, too stubborn to ever show a sign, because his heart was made of knotty pine. Poor old Elijah, he never got a kiss. Poor old Elijah, he don't know what he missed. Is there any wonder that his face is red? Elijah, that poor old wooden head. Elijah was a lonely Indian, never went nowhere. His heart was set on the Indian maiden with the gold black hair. Elijah wealthy customer bought the engine race. He took her oh so far away in old Elijah State. Elijah just stands there lonely as can be, and wishes she was still an old pine tree. Poor old Elijah, he never got a kiss. Poor old Elijah, he don't know what he missed. Is there any wonder that it takes his breath? Elijah, that poor old wooden kid. Change your pace a little. Abilene, Abilene, prettiest town I've ever seen. Women that don't treat you mean in Abilene, my Abilene. Stay at home most every night, watch your trains pull out of sight. I wish they were carrying me back to Abilene, my Abilene. Abilene, Abilene, prettiest town I've ever seen. Women that don't treat you mean in Abilene, my Abilene. Crowded city, ain't nothing free, nothing in this town for me. Lord, I wish that I could be back in Abilene, sweet Abilene. Abilene, Abilene, prettiest town that I've ever seen. Women that don't treat you mean in Abilene, my women that don't treat you mean in Abilene, my Abilene. Thank you.
Yep.
You're sad and lonely, have no place to go. Come to see me, baby, and bring along some dough. We'll go honky-tonkin', 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 honey, baby. We'll go honky-tonkin' around this town. Falling out, call me up, sweet mama, and we'll go stepping out. We'll go honky-tonkin', 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 honey, baby. We'll go honky-tonkin' round this town. find me there. We'll go honky tonky, honky tonkin', honky tonky, honey baby. We'll go honky tonkin' round and down. We're going honky tonkin', honky tonkin', honky tonkin', honey baby. We're going honky tonkin' round this town. Thank you.
How about that? Steve Anderson.
Thank you. And as an extra special treat, 2 members of the staff are musicians too, so they're going to play a song with us. Brian's not used to getting dressed.
Dan, is this vocal? Is this?
Yeah, you can use that one. You can use that one.
Okay. It's the 100th show. So here I am.
So here he is.
And I'm going to do a song that goes back a ways. It's an old country blues song. And it's going to have special meaning to several people that hear. And they'll know who they are. But it's a song about a notorious club district in the city of Dallas many years ago that was considered, I've read about that, as considered a piece of New Orleans in Dallas. And I would consider that an upgrade. Y'all ready? Kent, you ready?
No, Kent's not quite.
Got to have our banjo player. You know, Kent's our production manager. But he's also a musician, and a lot of sound guys are also musicians. Most of ours are. Okay, what about y'all? Y'all ready, Steve Anderson group? Ready. Some money in your pocket in case the police come. Oh, sweet mama, daddy's got them deep Ellum blues. I said now, oh, sweet mama, daddy's got them deep Ellum blues. When you go down to Deep Ellum, keep your money in your shoes, 'cause girls down in Deep Ellum got the Deep Ellum blues. Oh, sweet mama, daddy got them Deep Ellum blues. I'm talking about, oh, sweet mama, daddy got them Deep Ellum blues. When you go down to Deep Ellum, keep your money in your pants, 'cause girls out near Deep Ellum, boys, that money won't have a chance. went down to develop. Now she ain't what she used to be. Oh, sweet mama, daddy got them developed blues. I said, now, oh, sweet mama, daddy got them developed blues. I once knew a preacher, preached that Bible through and through, and he went down to develop. Now his preaching days are through. Oh, sweet mama, daddy got them developed blues. Listen here now. Oh, sweet mama, daddy got them developed blues. I said now, oh, sweet mama, daddy got them developed blues. Thank you. Now, y'all would never know this about me, but I was actually nervous about doing this. Which is not something you're going to hear from me often, because I don't get nervous about many things, but this was one of them. Anyway, and I had fun doing it. Also, I want to talk about the Abita Springs Women's Society. Still got a lot of food back there. They got gumbo, they got red beans and rice, they got hot dogs, drinks, and homemade desserts. And it goes to support the Abita Springs Women's Society. And they use part of their funds to provide scholarship money to kids from Abita Springs who go to college. Now, I also got to mention our sponsors, because they give us money. And it helps us to keep the show going. And to do the other things we do for the town. We provide all the music for outdoor festivals in Abita Springs. The big one being the Abita Springs Busker Festival, which is in March. And that's turned into a monster event. Anyway, Lisa King, our local justice of the peace, she's been around here. She writes the checks. She is our treasurer. And Bentley Productions, Rob Bentley, who... he's around somewhere. He does his backstage areas. Hey, Rob. And North Shore Links. I don't have my glasses on. Dino and Dino, attorney at law. Terry Hand, attorney at law. Memory of Mr. Al Wyckoff from Las Vegas, who always watched our shows on TV. And NorthShoreLinks.com. Which is, one of the things that help us. Also, and I got to mention, XL Technologies. Bill, where you at? He's here somewhere. Bill Prudhomme, where you at? He usually comes to the shows. But you can see our shows online at abitaopry.org. And just a thing happened to me. We got an email on our website from a guy in Ireland, Mr. Ian McCoo, and he watches it all the time online. He loves the show, and he said he never misses it. And so I befriended him on Facebook, so we communicate back and forth with a guy in Ireland who loves the Abita Springs Opry. North Lake Moving and Storage, Gregory Verges, CPA, Double D Meat Company in Bogalusa, Mr. Tillman Stogner, one of the nicest guys I ever met, Abita Springs Cafe, Artigues Abita Market, Abita Roasting Company, and a new sponsor, Brooks's Plumbing. I call a guy up. I had a plumbing job at the house. He showed up at the house, did the play, and said, hey, you the guy I see on the Abita Opera. You that guy? I said, yeah. He said, I love your show, man. I watch it all the time. I said, well, would you like to be a sponsor? So I got him for, he got a lot of money from me for plumbing work, but we got him for sponsorship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm Abita Springs Opry welcome for little Freddie King.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we also have CDs for sale, which to my full right there, Diane has them. And we sure appreciate the donation for buying the CDs from us. Really appreciate it so much. And Katie, if you want one. Well, I feel a little downhearted. Sitting down here around this doggone Greyhound bus station. Waiting on my baby to return. And she did not return at all. So she told me, she said, I'm going to Alabama. I said, all right then. She said, when I come back, I want you to see me, meet me at the bus station, pick me up and bring me home. I said, okay, I'll do just that. So I go to the bus station. I worked like about 2 blocks from the Greyhound bus station. So I couldn't get on work fast enough to get down to the Greyhound bus station to meet her to pick her up. So I goes down there, and doggone it, all the buses come in, and she was not on either one of those buses. So she left me at this doggone Greyhound bus station with her arm for the Greyhound bus station blues. My baby, come on home to me. Yeah, I'm going down to the Greyhound bus station. Wait till my baby, come on home to me. Yeah, when that bus rolling, was not on that bus. Yeah, I'm going down to the Greyhound bus station. Wait till my baby come on home to me. Yeah, I'm going down to the Greyhound bus station. Wait till my baby come on home to me. Yeah, when that bus rolling, my baby was not on that bus. that bass player. That doggone bus driver took my woman away from me. And he won't bring her back. Well, girl, that's what I was. Yeah, I went back down in Centerville, Texas, babe. Well, girl, that's what I was. Yeah, you know, I went on down there. Come on back home where I belong. Thank you very much. Thank you. Things I used to do. Lord, I won't do no more. There are things that I used to do. Lord, I won't do no more. Yeah, you know I tried so hard, darling. Yes, to get along with you. Yeah, I searched all night long, darling. Lord, but my search was always in vain. Yeah, I searched all night long, darling. Lord, but my search was always in vain. Yeah, you know I tried so hard, darling. Yes, to get along with you. back to my family too. Yes, I'm gonna sing you back, darling. Lord, and I'm going back to my family too. Well, you know I can't get along with you, darling. Lord, I just can't get along with you. Wait a minute, let me tell you something, darling. Look, darling, don't do it no more. Don't go out there and stay out all night long. But my heart just won't stand anymore. Please don't do it again, baby. I told you don't do it no more, baby. Yes, I'm gonna sing you back, darling. Lord, and I'm going back to my family too. Yes, I'm gonna sing you back, darling. Lord, and I'm going back to my family too. Yeah, you know I tried so hard, darling. Lord, I just can't get along with you. How about that? Thank you very much.
Next group coming up is going to kick up the energy a little bit more. Well, while we're waiting for them, want to mention some of our other sponsors. The Old Time Soda Shop in Slidell. Yeah, they're here. And XL Technologies, that's Bill Prudhomme, who does our website work. Abita Brew Pub, where we will be tonight after this show jamming. Some of the musicians will get together and have a little fun. Also, the Abita Brew Pub, and I need to mention this, is sponsoring the Abita Springs Fall Fest. Big deal on November 2nd. You can check out the information at Abita Brew Pub on their website. Find out all about the show. It's going to be quite a big show, 2 stages, all day long, November 2nd. Now, we're blessed in that we've always had the support of the mayor and the support staff of the mayor for the town of Abita Springs. We couldn't do it without them. This is our town hall. This is our community center. And we're always grateful. While the Abita Springs Opry is working on his fourth mayor, me being the first one, I'm recovering now. But our current mayor is in here tonight. Danny, where you at? Stand up, let people see you. Dan Curtis. I promised him better seats next time. But anyway, we're grateful that the town steps up and goes a second mile to facilitate the Opry, because we work with the town in providing entertainment for our outdoor festivals. We partner with the town of Abita Springs because this is our home. The group that's getting on the stage now is a bluesy jazz group, Tuba Skinny. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm Abita Springs Opry welcome for Tuba Skinny.
Thank you so much, everybody. We're Too Skinny. It's a great pleasure to be back at the Avita Springs Opry, be back in this town. Thank you so much, Brian, for having us. That first tune was called Them Things Got Me. We got that from one of the greatest piano players out of New Orleans, Clarence Williams. He wrote that. All right, we're going to move on with a tune. I believe this is by Tar Heel Slim, right, Greg? This is called Too Much Competition. Thank you. Give it up to Greg singing for you. All right, next up we're going to play a tune we learned last year. We got this off of Buddy's 78 record. It's a tune called Echo in the Dark by a group not too many people have heard of. I don't think so. None of my friends knew about it. It was a group from St. Louis called the Original St. Louis Cracker Jacks. Great group. They put out like seven different sides. Anyways, Echo in the Dark. Enjoy. Thank you very much. Y'all should look it up. It's a beautiful tune, Echo in the Dark. Alright, now that Greg's back, he's going to sing another song for you. This is called Come On Boys, Let's Do That Mess Around.
got equipment, I got the blues. Come on, boy, let's have some. Come on, boy, let's do that messing around this morning. Come on, boy, let's have some fun. Going up to the blue like a bee. Come on, gals, and kiss for me. Come on, boy, let's have some. But don't you let me catch you messing around. Come on, boy, let's have some. Come on, boy, let's do that messing around this morning. Come on, boy, let's have some fun. I'm going downtown, spread the news. My gal quit me, I ain't got the blues. Come on, boy, let's have some fun.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We got one more song. But y'all ready to leave already? Come on. No. Thank you so much. Y'all should look up the original of that, Jazz Battle. Wonderful tune. Alright, we're gonna end our set with a song called Too Tight. Greg's gonna sing this for you also, featuring Jason on the guitar.
Your gal, fall in line while I sing this rag of mine. Too tight, this rag of mine. Too tight, don't quit. Too tight, I'm saying. Too tight, this rag of mine. Come on. Want to die too tight. This rag too tight. Don't be late. Too tight, Mama, bring it day. Too tight. This rag. Fall in line while I sing this rag of mine. Too tight, this rag of mine. Too tight, don't be late. Too tight, Mama, bring it day. Too tight, this rag, all this rag of mine. Too
The Women's Society has asked me to make a nice Christmas gift if you like Abita souvenirs. It's a ornament that's produced by one of our local artists, Jax Fry, and the proceeds from the sale of this ornament goes to the Abita Springs Women's Society. Once again, sponsoring scholarships from kids from Abita who go to college. Okay, other sponsors are Phillips Abita Lumber Company. Good friends of ours have supported the Opry from the very beginning. And he's here tonight, another good friend of ours, Dr. Mike Petrosky, Abita chiropractic. Where you at, Mike? I know he's here somewhere because he ain't going to walk out. Oh, there he is. Now, this week, Mike is offering the Snap, Crackle, and Pop Rice Krispies special. You get on the table, he'll make you go snap, crackle, and pop. One time he did something. I was on the table. It did something, and it must have done something because it sent a jarring shock through my body. And I yelled out a bad word. And I went out in the hallway, and when the people were sitting there, were all laughing at me when I walked out. Oh, well, that's the way I go. But when I got through, I felt better, I guarantee you. Okay. Town of Abita Springs, once again, we're grateful for their support. The St. Tammany Parish Commission on Cultural Affairs has supported us in the past. The Greater New Orleans Foundation has also offered help for us. And, we can't forget St. Tammany Parish Government Access TV, where you can see this show every Friday night. If you're on Charter Communication, you can see the Abita Springs Opry every Friday night. Also, on KSLU, Southeastern Louisiana University TV channel also broadcasts the Abita Opry on the weekends. So, also, we always receive help, and we were notified recently that we have been given and approved for the grant that they give us every year to support the Abita Springs Busker Festival. So that would be the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival Foundation. And we're grateful to them. All right, now, we're going to kick the energy up a level, if you can believe what I'm just telling.
That's right, yes. That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm Abita Springs Opry welcome for the incomparable Zion Harmonizers.
Thank you so much. We have a beautiful rendition. We're going to bring you just a few verses. Enjoy.
Jesus, keep me near the cross. There's a precious fountain, oh, free to all thy heel and stream, oh, flow from Calvary Mountain, near the cross, oh, near the cross, be my glory
you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to pick it up just a little bit. What a privilege and an honor it is to be back here again with Your Honor. He said, I said, Your Honor, is that you? Say, yeah, you're the only one that ever called me Your Honor.
Testing.
As long as I live, he'll be Your Honor. We love him. Pastor Garland. All right. Song says, is there anybody here that love my Jesus? Is there anybody here that love the Lord? Don't move it. I want to know. Put your hands together. Anybody here? You love my Jesus. Anybody here? Love the Lord. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love the Lord. I want to say it again. Anybody here? Do you love my Jesus? Anybody here? Love the Lord. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love the Lord. Listen to this. Satan is mad, but I'm so glad he missed the soul. But I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love the Lord. Another verse is, there is a train run up the track. It runs to hell, run right down. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love the Lord. Well, I said I love him. I love the Lord. Yes, I do. I love the Lord. I love the Lord. He fights for me. I love the Lord. I will love. I love the Lord. And I will sing. I love the Lord. I had somebody. I love the Lord. I had somebody. I love the Lord. Call my name. I love the Lord. Said my God. I love the Lord. My child. I love the Lord. Just standing there. I love the Lord. All alone. I love the Lord. Come unto me. I love the Lord. And I'll give you rest. I love the Lord. What about you today? What about you today? And you. I love the Lord. And you. I love the Lord. If he called your name today, would you be ready? I love the Lord. Here I am, Lord. I love the Lord. Send me. I love the Lord. I will go. I love the Lord. Where you can. I love the Lord. I will do. I love the Lord. What you tell me. I love the Lord. I want to know if you love. Thank you so much. Are we too loud? Well, good. We want to slow it down just a little bit. Like Your Honor said, look like we've been here since day one. And we take that into, we serious about it. This song says, this old soul of mine, I want to live with the Lord.
Listen if you will. This soul of mine, I'm going home one day. I want to live with God. This soul of mine, I'm going home one day. I want to live with God. Let me tell a story. I have a mother, y'all. Dear sweet mother. She's resting in Christ. I have a father. Oh Lord. He's resting in Christ too. I didn't make any mistake. They are waiting. They're waiting to call. Of the great life giver, y'all. Oh Lord. And then they'll return. I don't know how long it will be. Maybe early. Come on, Pastor. Thank you so much. We have about 8 hours worth of songs prepared for a half hour. So we're trying to, at this time we want to do a beautiful song. This song was written by Mr. Curtis Mayfield. We love doing it. It's on our latest CD. And it's right over yonder. If you all would care to purchase one, we would be so thrilled. We're going to have Ms. Brown to come to you at this time. The song says, people, get ready. The train is coming.
As I sing in church, praise the Lord, everybody. Oh, yeah. People get ready. There's a train coming. You don't just listen, listen. All you need is faith with a diesel army. Don't need no baggage, you just thank the Lord. Yeah, yeah. I believe. I believe. I believe. Oh, I do. I do believe. Say it again. I believe. Yeah, yeah. I believe. I believe. Oh, yeah. I believe. People get ready. There's a train to Jordan. Listen, picking up passengers from coast to coast. Faith is the key. Unlock the doors to board them. There's room for all who love the most. I believe. Oh, I believe. Do you believe? Yeah. I believe. I believe. Yeah. I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Let's hit the guitar. He can talk to us for a little while. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. There ain't no room for the hopeless sinner who would hurt mankind just to save his own. Listen, have pity on those whose chances grow dimmer. There's no hiding place for the kingdom. Yeah, yeah, I believe. Oh, I believe. Yeah, yeah. I believe that Jesus is coming back. He prepared a place for us. It's called heaven. Oh, I believe. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Let's say it again. I believe. Oh, I believe. I believe. I believe. Yeah, yeah. I believe. So glad I believe. Yeah, yeah. I do
Thank you so much. Yeah. I believe. Miss Brown has just been with us a short time, for about maybe 6-8 months, and she's taken all my songs. When the first time she came later ran out of the back, I want 12 CDs. It's the latest thing. We couldn't sell one. She says the latest thing. This is a beautiful song. The song says, I'll rise again. Yeah, my love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel alright today. Yes, I do. I feel like singing, yo, to the honor and glory of our Lord. If you don't mind, help me to sing this song. Yeah, listen. Go ahead, drive the nails in my hand. Let me where you stand. Go ahead, say it isn't me. The day will come when you will see. This is why. Say it out. Ain't no power on earth can tie me down. Well, say it out. Again, Lord, yeah. Them can't keep me in the ground. Listen, go ahead and mock my name, but my love for you, we will see. And bury me, but very soon I will be free. This is why. Say it out. Yeah, Lord, yeah. Ain't no power on earth can tie me down. Yeah, say it out. Yeah, Lord, yeah. But my love for you will still be the same. Go ahead, and bury me, but very soon I will be free. This is why. Say it out. Yeah, Lord, yeah. Ain't no power on earth can tie me down. Break of day. I'll rise again. Tune up my heart, y'all. I'll rise again. I'll begin to play. I'll rise again. Death can't keep me in the ground. Death can't keep me in the ground. Well. Death can't keep me in the ground. Death can't keep me in the ground. Thank you so much. Okay. One more song. All right. Stand here, prayer. Everybody. Let's stand up if y'all feel like it. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Lord, my heavenly Father. Oh, Lord. I'm standing, oh, Lord, in the need of prayer. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Lord, I'm standing here, Lord. a good day, Lord. Oh, Lord. I'm going to stay right here. Oh, Lord. In the need of prayer. Oh, my Heavenly Father. Oh, Lord. Yeah. I'm going to stay right here. Oh, Lord. Say I'm standing. Standing. Oh, Lord. In the need of prayer. Listen. It's not my mother. It's not my mother. But it's me. But it's me, oh Lord. It's not my father. It's not my father. But it's me. But it's me, oh Lord. Well, it's not my mother. Not my father. Not my sister. Hello. It's not my brother. But it's me. It's me, oh Lord. In the need of prayer. Standing in the need of prayer every day. Standing in the need of prayer. And I was standing in the need of prayer. I'm gonna stay right here. Standing in the need of prayer until my change comes. Standing in the need of prayer. I'm gonna stay right here. Standing in the need of prayer. Standing in the need of prayer. I'm not going anywhere. Yes, I am standing in the need of prayer. It's not my mother, not my father, not my sister. Hey, it's not my brother. But it's me, oh Lord, in the need of prayer. How about that? The Zion Harmonizers. But wait, we're not through yet. So have a seat. All right. We're getting ready to do the closeout, but I just want to say this has been a very special evening. This has been a really wonderful show. You know, we commented many times before. This old wooden building, the sound guy said, as far as sound production, the building's golden. And the wonderful staff we have working for us. Our production crew showed up at 10 o'clock this morning. And after we all leave, they'll take everything down and pack it in a trailer. And they won't be out of here before 10:30 tonight. That's 12 and a half hours of work. So I want to give them a big hand. And I also want to mention Kathy, who takes care of the tickets. Believe me, she does her best for everybody. And Lisa, who takes care of the money and always gives me a hard time about it. But that's okay. It's because she's watching it. And we can't forget our people who help us, Leslie, our usher, and also Diane, who's at the merchandise table. And don't forget, we got a big old tray of 100th anniversary cupcakes, and y'all can have one. And so I hope I didn't leave anybody out in acknowledging, you know, who we are, and other members of our board of directors, Jan Biggs, who's one of our singers, and Chris Talley. And, you know, it takes a lot of effort to put the show together. We work hard at it, but when we have a show like this, it's worth every second and every inch of effort. But, and what I got to say is, did y'all have a good time tonight? And if you didn't have a good time and you weren't touched by this music, you need to check your pulse. All right, let's vamp on so I can do the closeout. All right. We're going to do this one. We kind of tweaked it a little bit. Hope and trust you'll enjoy. Song says, we shall come rejoicing, bringing in the sheaf.
All right.
Here we go. What a show! What a show we have had here tonight. I want to tell you something. If you can spend 2 hours and have more fun than this, I want you to tell me about it, because I want to be there. This has been the Avita Springs Opry from the Town Hall in beautiful Avita Springs, Louisiana. Deep in the heart of the ozone belt, where the air is clean, the water is pure, and life is sweet. And we'll see you back on October 19th at the Avita Springs Opry.
Summer, sowing in the shadow, fearing as a cloud dawn, the winter still is free. By and by the harvest, and the labor's ended, we shall come rejoicing, bringing in the sea, oh, bringing in the sea, oh, bringing in the sea, yeah. We shall come rejoicing, bringing in the sea, oh, bringing in the sea, yeah, bringing in the sea, yeah. We shall come rejoicing, well, and I bring in the sea.
Hello, I'm Kristen Oaks White.
And I'm Avery Davidson. Thank you for joining us for This Week in Louisiana Agriculture, the only TV show bringing Louisiana farmers and consumers together every week.
Well, Louisiana farmers received about $180 million through the Market Facilitation Program, according to the Advocate newspaper. The MFP is the program the USDA used to help farmers make up for losses due to trade disruptions with China.
So why should you care? If farmers are not able to stay in business, rural companies cannot stay in business. Banks lose money, and that means jobs disappear. The stark reality is that the MFP is not enough for some farmers to keep going. 2019 is proving to be a tough year for Louisiana farmers. A report from the USDA Economic Research Service shows that farm income is up by 2% from last year, but that includes payments made through the Market Facilitation Program.
But when you back out payments from the government, farm income's down, and there's other indicators that show that farm income, farm profitability is not increasing. It's decreasing, not at a rapid pace, but any decrease in income in a time where costs continue to rise, that means folks are hurting.
Louisiana Farm Bureau National Affairs Coordinator Andy Brown says for Louisiana, that means a 2 to 3% increase in delinquent loans. That could have some farmers and ranchers consider getting out of business.
Well, the first thing is just to breathe.
Bill Bryan is an attorney who works with small family farms. He says clients normally come to him when they think there's little to no hope to save the farm. Bryan says there's always hope.
If you have a relationship with your lender, they may be able to extend your loan or figure out a different way to increase your loan so that you can stay afloat.
If that's not enough, Bryan says Congress created Chapter 12 bankruptcy in the 1980s specifically to save family farms. And this past July, Congress raised the debt limit to file Chapter 12 to $10 million.
It's a lot simpler way to reorganize your farm. It's not necessarily saying I'm a failure as a farmer. It's just saying that I need to restructure my situation so that I can still stay afloat.
Fortunately in Louisiana, not many are at that point.
We haven't really filed a lot of Chapter 12s yet, but we're putting the pieces in place so that if they need to, we can go ahead and do that, and they're more comfortable because, like I said, usually it's at the last stages when they come to you, so they're frantic and they don't know what to do. But if you kind of walk them through it, like I said, let them breathe, then by the time, if you have to resort to a 12, it's not a big problem.
This trade war is hurting everybody. It's hurting them in a large way, but this administration has come up with a program that they feel like mitigates some of that risk that those farmers have incurred as a result of this trade war.
Fortunately, here in Louisiana, many of our farmers are diversified enough and are strong enough business leaders to weather this storm. However, it is important to remember just how much is out of a farmer's control. The weather, the markets, governmental regulation, they must react to all of these variables. And what's at stake? Our ability to be certain that when we go to the grocery store, there's a box of cereal on the shelf, or a steak in the cooler, or chicken nuggets in the freezer. All of that is because we have strong farmers. It's important that we don't take that for granted. I've seen it myself. It's not that way everywhere else in the world. And I'm going to go ahead and relinquish my soapbox, but it really is the truth. I mean, we're talking about folks who allow us to do the jobs we do. Mm-hmm. You know it firsthand.
I know it firsthand, and I also know firsthand that, while those MFP payments do help, they certainly don't make a lot of people whole, because they at the end of the day, a lot of farmers, like my husband, for example, have 0% of the crop sold for this season because the price is so bad. Right. So, I mean, it's helping you get by, but there's just, like you said, there are so many different options that are out of your control. It can be a frightening business to be in.
You and I have been texting about that frightening side of this.
Well, there will soon be more options open to rice farmers when it comes to crop insurance.
According to Louisiana 5th District Congressman Ralph Abraham, the USDA's Federal Crop Insurance Corporation will add alternate wetting, drying, and furrow irrigation practices to those eligible for federal crop insurance coverage beginning in crop year 2020. Speaking from Washington, D.C., Congressman Abraham says he brought this to the attention of the USDA and that it is vitally important for Louisiana farmers.
In today's world of agriculture, it's a must. This is not something that you can just say, well, it would be nice. This is something that farmers have to have, because we know that crop insurance is that safety net. They don't make any money from crop insurance if they have to file a claim, but at least maybe it will make that particular farmer, he or she, bankable next year so they can go get another loan. So like any insurance in any industry, it is a vital part of the plan. They have to have it now.
Contact your local farm services agency to find out more information. Congressman Ralph Abraham is Louisiana's only member of Congress sitting on the House Ag Committee. Now, Kristen, it's time to get your Christmas tree. Is it up at your house yet?
This is a sore subject because I've been waiting for a week for Landon to go pick it up, and it's not ready yet. But I like to have mine. Thanksgiving was late this year, and I really like to have it up as long as possible, as long as it stays fresh.
Is it a real tree?
Of course, I can't do fake.
No, the smell is not the same.
No, it's not. I'm all about the real trees, and I like to get mine flocked, which is what's taking so long. And I'm not alone in my love for the real deal. The number of real trees purchased in the U.S. rose from 27.4 million in 2017 to 32.8 million last year. That's according to the National Christmas Tree Association. This week, Twilight's Carl Wiggers takes us to a Washington Parish farm where you can bring home much more than a beautiful Christmas tree.
Rolling hills of Christmas trees. It's high time to find yourself on a sleigh ride through Steele's Christmas Tree Farm. That's what Max and Abigail are up to today. Kevin Steele says that's what his farm is all about.
And the thrill of the old-time thought of going out into the woods and to cut a native tree and bring it into your home and decorate it. We've taken a lot of the hard work out of that. We cultivate our trees, and we have beautiful rolling hills here, and the people can come out and enjoy a time of fellowship, and they make memories that last a lifetime.
They're making memories buying this Leland Cypress Christmas tree.
We inventory about 7,000 trees on our farm. We have 5 different fields on a 5-year rotation. So each year we open a new field. If we happen not to sell out that field, those trees are our bigger trees for the next year. I have never been able to grow a tree too big that I can't sell.
That includes this monster he sold this week that has been growing here for more than a decade.
It was 18-foot Leland cypress. He was probably around between 10 and 12 years old, and we sold it to the parish government for St. Bernard. They bought an 18-foot and a 16-foot.
Whether it's an 18-foot beauty or a more standard size like this one, Steele says the memories grown here are more priceless than any tree.
You can buy a Christmas tree anywhere. When you come here, I want you to create a memory with your children or your grandchildren that when you're gone, they're going to remember. I went with Mimi and Papa, and we used to cut down a tree.
Steele's Christmas Tree Farm is a treat for the entire family, but their trees are going fast. Kevin said the beautiful weather last weekend made for a busy time on the farm, and families were out in full force picking their perfect tree. If you'd like to get out there and find a tree for your home or business, the time is now. To plan your trip out there, head over to our website at twilatv.org. And you guys, it was a fun day. It was a beautiful weather. It was great weather last weekend. I went out this week, and it was again beautiful weather. And the farm is beautiful. You just see rows and rows and rows of trees, and it's pretty neat to see how he has it laid out. And it's just like a normal old farm. The crop's a little different than what I'm used to.
It's about more than just the tree, though. It's got to be about the experience when you're out there.
Yeah, it for sure is. And the couple you saw in the story, they just ate it up. It was their first time they'd been out there, and they were just like, oh my gosh, this is where it's at. It's not, it's so much better than going to a big box store, because you have, walking out through the rows of trees and picking your own. It's just, there's something
fresh.
to it. It's fresh.
And it'll last longer.
Yeah, it was really fun to go out and be out there doing that.
And you won't have one of those Charlie Brown trees.
Well, I see that you didn't bring us a Christmas tree as a souvenir.
Right. You already have yours on your way.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll let you know when I have it. But the last time you were here, you also promised that you were going to bring us some lettuce from your hydroponic garden.
I remember you also referenced it's not magic lettuce.
I know, but I saw some sprouts. So
I do have some on the way.
Give us an update.
An update. Okay, so I've got about 40 heads of lettuce in my system now already. Over Thanksgiving, the week of Thanksgiving, I went up to Winsboro, of course, to see my family, but I also went to Rayville and visited Mr. Rory again, and he helped me out with some fertilizer, kind of fine-tuning some things, and I asked him some more questions. He sent me with 2 flats of plants that he'd already had seeded, and a couple of weeks down the road from mine that I just seeded that week. So I have 3 sets of lettuce now.
Okay.
It's growing really well. The only difference is it's outside, so it's not quite as pretty and pristine as in a greenhouse with no wind or rain or anything like that.
You ever get your water level issue fixed?
I did. So I had to put a valve and do more tinkering and let my inner redneck out as I figured it out. But it was really fun. And
redneck engineering, never put it down.
It was fun, but I did figure it out. I was putting too much water into the first pipe before it could flow through the rest of the system. So.
Well, I've been working on Dad trying to get him to get rid of the chickens and start the hydroponic lettuce.
Hey, I'd love to come out there.
He's not quite on board yet.
It's a hard sell.
Maybe you can convince him.
I'd love to.
Is anything already eating them?
I haven't had any critters yet.
Okay.
I do have a dog now that might be trying to find his way up to some lettuce. I don't know. Do dogs like lettuce, Kristen?
No, they're.
Well, they might irrigate it for you, but
it's off the ground. I think I'm safe from that. But yeah, no critters yet. The biggest issue's been the wind and rain and leaves falling and trying to keep the holes clean from too much dirt getting in there. So.
Awesome.
It's pretty fun.
We'll track the progress.
I love it.
Thank you very much, Carl Wiggers.
Well, 2 weeks ago, for the first time on the show, we went inside a sugar refinery. Although we've seen many mills, we were able to take a look at the end of the process where raw sugar turns into the white table sugar we all love, especially this time of year.
While going to Louisiana sugar refiners was historical, the refinery itself has quite a history. This week, Twyla's Neil Melanson takes us back to LSR to see how this place has changed and changed history.
The Louisiana Sugar Refinery is more than just a place that refines sugar. Nationally recognized for its importance, it's transformed many times on its way to being the modern processing facility you see now. This was once the home of Colonial Sugars, which made Dixie Crystal Sugar, a brand many older Louisianians are familiar with. These old Colonial Sugar buildings now serve as the power plant for the rest of the facility. But this was once a neighborhood as much as a factory. Many of these homes on the property are also historic. Walking down Park Place Boulevard, LSR CEO Larry Fauché explains these homes now serve as offices.
There are several buildings on this site that were
in 1970 recognized to be part of the U.S. Historical Society.
One house in particular is known as the Blue House for the trim on the building. This was once the home of Dr. George Meade, a titan in sugarcane production. As we sit in the backyard with Larry, he says Meade's importance to the sugar production in Louisiana cannot be overstated.
George Meade came along, and George Meade is really the guy most instrumental in developing the process as we know it today. He wrote the first sugarcane handbook, which is worldwide known. That book describes how you take raw sugar, convert it to refined sugar, and it's still in use today.
The home is now used for entertaining, kept to the standards of Meade's day. It served a similar purpose back then, too. In fact, Meade would invite famed oceanographer Jacques Cousteau over. Both Cousteau and Meade had an interest in herpetology, and Meade raised snakes and turtles, which Cousteau would use as specimens for study.
George ran this facility for 30 years. Quite a colorful character. His wife was heavily involved in swimming to the point she was part of the U.S. Olympic Committee.
Blue House aside, the property also has an old church that once served the community here. Fauché says while it's no longer a neighborhood, the past is very much kept alive here in the present.
So his process took raw sugar and converted it into a refined product that then could ship across the country and maintain its characteristics and uses. That book helped define all the various technical phases. And sugar engineering is actually the founder for what we now know as chemical engineering.
There's a lot more to the history of LSR and sugarcane production in Gramercy. We'll put a link to some of those resources online at twilatv.org. And guys, like I said, there's just so much more to the story. It's just so unusual. I mean, you can see by these pictures, it's like a neighborhood on the property of this sugar refinery. And they treat it like such. And of course, with all the workers who are, most of whom live within walking distance of the place, it's got this family atmosphere amidst this modern sugarcane production while 300 trucks are moving in and out of the place every single day, and it's so intimately tied to the community. For instance, one thing I didn't show in the story is there's this old restaurant place called Noble's, and it's third generation, just like Larry, the CEO there of LSR. It's the guy who owns it is third generation. There's an 19th century bar that's there, and everybody who's everybody in Gramercy is there. The emails who have their sugarcane right next door to LSR were eating lunch in there one day when I went in there. So, there's just so much to this community, and it's just integral. You can't see one without the other.
I know we were talking earlier before we went on camera just about how we have so many places involved in agriculture that have this rich history, and you see these historical markers everywhere you go. I know you really love to see that.
I do. And hopefully we're going to do a lot more showing these historical places, because I really think it shows that agriculture is not just tied here to our modern world, but it's always had this place. And in fact, before a lot of what we know about Louisiana was Louisiana, agriculture was there doing this kind of stuff. So hopefully we'll get to see a lot more things like that in the future.
Well, I look forward to it. Thank you very much, Neil Melanson.
Sweet, sweet Neil.
Sweet, sweet Neil. Still to come on Twyla. You may love sweet, sweet Neil and sweet potatoes, but do you know what's best for them?
Coming up, a look at the researchers who make life pretty sweet. Stay with us.
I now hope they're fighting today.
I hope they are.
Find your place in the country.
Look at that.
And the lender who can get you there. Find Louisiana Land Bank. Financing for country homes, recreational property, farms and ranches, and agribusiness.
Louisiana oysters, salty, sweet, and delicious. But have you ever thought about what happens to all those oyster shells? Most of them end up in trash cans and landfills. The Coalition to Restore Coastal Louisiana is changing this with its oyster shell recycling program. And you can help by visiting these participating restaurants. It's a simple and delicious way to restore our coast. The shells will then be used to sustain and rebuild oyster reefs. Remember, once you shuck them, don't just chuck them.
I'm a farmer.
I am a farm wife.
I am a cowboy.
I am a grass farmer.
I'm a businesswoman.
I'm a conservationist.
I am an advocate.
I am a voice for Louisiana farmers.
I'm always learning.
I'm a husband.
I'm a mom.
I am a dad.
I'm a granddad.
I am a consumer.
I grow the food that feeds your family, and I'm proud of it. I am Farm Bureau.
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 We are Farm Bureau.
One of the great things about agriculture in Louisiana is the working relationship between the farmers and the researchers for their crops.
At the Sweet Potato Research Station in Chase, Louisiana, the scientists are working hard every day to ensure that we get the best possible sweet potatoes. In this piece from LSU, we get to know one of those researchers and why he loves doing what he does best.
When I come up with the perfect sweet potato, I will let you know, I promise. And it's hard to get there. The challenge is to try and continually push those boundaries to get that variety that's got that amazing ease of production and also something that consumers want. I'm Don Labonte, and I'm a professor in the School of Plant, Environmental, and Soil Sciences, and I am a sweet potato breeder. The biggest thing that I have to do is try and identify a new variety for the industry. Getting something that has that higher yield, better shape, disease resistance, all the things that are almost impossible all in one package. We're trying to find out that combination of parents that give us progeny. They're going to be better than the varieties that our producers grow today. It's a really fun challenge to try and meet that objective. What I like about this is it combines so many different areas of sciences, and then just me in particular, I really like art, and so there's a really good element of art involved in this. It's that picking out the different shapes, colors. You have to have an eye for something that's attractive. All those things together, you know, it's not something you can quantify through science. It's something you just see it, and you know it's got that right look that the industry as well as the public and the retail is going to really love it.
We want to thank Randy LeBove and Olivia McClure at the LSU Ag Center for putting that piece together. January is usually a quiet month for agriculture in Louisiana. Sugarcane harvest is wrapping up and not much else is going on. That's why many ag groups tend to hold events, and we thought we'd get an update on a few things going on for the next month.
The Ag Expo in West Monroe will be held January 17th and 18th at the Ike Hamilton Expo Center. The event is run by the North Louisiana Agribusiness Council and sees more than 10,000 visitors over that weekend. It's a great way to see coming trends in the new year in ag, as well as some of the most impressive farm machinery around. It's also a fun event for the whole family.
That same weekend, the American Farm Bureau will kick off its 101st annual convention in Austin, Texas. The event will be held from January 17th through the 22nd. The American Farm Bureau Federation Convention is where the members of the largest general farm organization gather and attend seminars, events, and listen to speakers across all areas of agriculture. President Trump is expected to be at the event again this year, but it has not been confirmed. No matter who shows up, it will have something for everyone, including the trade show, farm tours, and concerts. Registration is open now, so get online and sign up. I will be there, and I hope you will be too.
It's going to be huge. Finally, LSU Ag Leadership Class 16 will be taking its international trip on January 18th through the 30th. The members of that class will travel to Japan and Thailand, two countries that have a significant impact on ag trade in the United States. Japan just signed a new trade deal last month, opening that country back up to U.S. beef. Dr. Bobby Swallow, director of the LSU Ag Leadership Program, says these trips develop understanding of not only new cultures, but new opportunities.
We're going to see the grain that comes from North America over in Japan, and you will see how it's tied to the Japanese and how it's very important. We'll also see grain in Thailand, and we'll see how it's tied to their seafood industry and how that is imports back to us, and that affects our seafood people. There is a tie. There are pluses and minuses in all of that. And that's the balance that you try to get everyone to think about. And what is balanced to you might not be balanced to me and everyone else. And that's the challenge with trade.
Carl Wiggers is a member of Class 16. Neil Molosso and I will be traveling with Carl and the rest of the class to share the group's experience online. We're going to take it all in, do a lot of video, and then turn that into the first Twyla show of 2020. Well, still to come on Twyla, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Okay, we'd say that a lot on this show.
Well, you might not love every singing, but who doesn't love kids around Christmas trees? Stay with us.
Before you sweeten your morning joe, before the icing on the cake, before the sugar hits the shelf, it begins with a family of sugarcane farmers dedicated to growing Louisiana for more than 220 years. The Sugarcane Growers of Louisiana, making life sweeter, naturally.
Sugarcane, sweet sugarcane. Landowners are minding the Louisiana forest for our grandchildren. A place for wildlife, recreation, lumber for homes. It's the right thing to do. Forestry, covering half our state, all of our hearts.
This is the moment I knew his future had no boundaries.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org.
That's slow. That's slow. Look, he's
the show, Carl Wiggers shared some holiday cheer with us with a visit to a Louisiana Christmas tree farm.
Well, in this week's Twyla Boost, we're doubling down on the Christmas joy with a Hallmark-worthy video from Wall's Family Christmas Tree Farm.
All right, today is an important day. We are going Christmas tree hunting. What are we doing? Are we going to get a Christmas tree for the house? Mm-hmm. Are you going to help us find one? Yeah? Are you excited about it? Yeah. So we're looking for a Christmas tree. We're at Wall's Family Tree Farm out near Terrell, Texas. So, yeah, pretty excited about it. The girls are excited. We're going to have a lot of fun. Hey babe, what are we looking for in a tree? Obviously we can't go super tall because we don't have that much space, but what are we looking for?
Well, I like them to be kind of full.
You like a fat tree?
I like a fat tree. I mean, a good shape, but like, I guess dense.
Like a dense tree. Alright, I like these adjectives we're working with. So we're looking for a dense, fat tree.
It's got a good shape.
It's got a good shape. Okay, yeah, that narrows it down. I like this one a lot.
Up to the one that we marked.
Pretty smile. No, like a real smile.
thanks to the Experience This Facebook page for sharing that great video. That does it for this edition of Twyla. Be sure to join us next week when we'll have something old and something new. We'll look back at the year on Twyla, but have a brand new Field to Feast with Jennifer Finley.
Until then, you can watch all of our stories online at twylatv.org, and be sure to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and Instagram. You can also find all of these videos and more on our YouTube page, so be sure to subscribe and click for notifications.
For all of us here at Twyla, thanks for joining us. We hope to see you again right here next week.
Good morning, everybody. Like Kenny said, my name's Rudy. I do mechanical inspections for the parish. I'm also doing pools and solar. This morning I'm going to touch on these pool barrier requirements from the 2015 pool code. Compared to the ordinance of the past, this has changed immensely. So starting off, top of the barrier, whether it be around the pool or around the yard, minimum 4 foot. It gets kind of tricky when you start looking at clearances off grade. If you are solid grade with a fence around the pool itself, and say you're doing travertine, concrete, whatever you want, 2-inch minimum, or off the deck itself is what people usually go. 4 inches you can get is your maximum right there. 4 inches off a hard deck. When you get to the exterior of the concrete, your travertine, you're going in the grass, maximum 2 inches. You can only have the bottom of that fence 2 inches off your grade. A kid can dig a hole, so they're trying to keep the fence as low as possible. Then spheres, it's the same with your uprights. Underneath, 4-inch sphere. You get to solid barriers, stone wall, contains protrusions except for normal construction tolerances, tooled and masonry joints. You can't have a nice, pretty boulder wall that's got things sticking out of it to make it like a climbing wall. That's basically what it boils down to. No recess curves in it where a foot can go in it. Barrier is composed of vertical and horizontal members, and the distance between tops of horizontal members is less than 45 inches. So from your bottom member horizontal to the top of your top member horizontal, 45 inches. Then you keep looking there, it'll show located on swimming pool side of the fence. Those members have to be on the swimming pool side of the fence. If they're on the other side of the fence and they're less than 45 inches, or you have a 6-foot wood fence with 3 stringers, you got a climbable fence. That climbable fence has to be changed. You either need to remove the center stringer, cover it up. You can cover from mid up, mid down. Doesn't matter as long as it's covered and you do not have a climbable way to get over that fence. And that upsets quite a few people. Spacing between vertical members shall not exceed 1 3/4 inches in width. So your vertical stringers, 1 3/4 inches. The reason they did that, they say a kid's foot cannot fit within that 1 3/4 inches between the members. If it can, then it becomes a problem when you have like your posts on your front porch, your verticals on your front porch. That 4 inches you're allowed? Yeah, no, you can't do that by a pool. It's got to be 1 3/4 inches. Maximum opening size for chain link fence shall be 1 3/4 inches square unless the fence has slats fastened at the top and bottom, which reduce the openings to not more than 1 3/4 inches. I haven't seen it since I was a kid where people used to have chain link fence with the nice pretty plastic things going in and out of it that always deteriorated and looked like crud after about 10 years. So old school chain link is actually 2 3/4 inches in width. So those holes cannot be that big anymore. So if someone who has chain link fence around the backyard puts in a pool, and I go out there and look at it with my trusty tape measure, it's going to fail because the holes are too big. So that's something to take into consideration when you're talking to your homeowner and you find out they want to put a pool in. It's best to have them call me, get the pool requirements from the parish, whatever it takes. Here's another one. Where the barrier is composed of diagonal members such as lattice fence, the maximum opening formed by the diagonal members shall not be more than 1 3/4 inches. The angle of diagonal members shall not be more than 45 degrees from vertical. So 90 degrees, 45 degrees. If those openings are wider than 1 3/4 inches, that diagonal in your fence, whether it be a swing gate or not, becomes the ladder that the kid walks up on an angle this way to hop over the top of the fence. I've talked to a pool company about it. I had 3 inspections for them in one day, and after the first one, they canceled the next 2 because of situations like this. That vertical member that actually holds your swing gate up will create a climbable means to get over the gate. Whether it's on the inside, whether it's on the outside, it doesn't matter. If it's that vertical and those spaces are 4 inches, 3 inches, got to be 1 3/4 inches. Mesh fence as a barrier. The mesh fence we're talking about is a safety fence. Basically, you're drilling a hole in the concrete, travertine, whatever, inserting a plastic fitting. The mesh fence inserts into that fitting in the ground, spans 3, 4, 5 feet, whichever fence the customer decides to go with. They all connect together. They have swing gates that go in them. That mesh fence, you can have a gap under it of 2 inches if you'd like. But otherwise, they all need to be connected. Nope, not an inch, sorry. The maximum vertical clearance from the bottom of the mesh fence and the solid surface shall not permit the fence to be lifted more than 4 inches from grade or decking. So, usually what happens with the post that goes into the receiver, goes in, turns, locks. That way it cannot be pulled back out. If it doesn't lock, a kid can come along and pull straight up out the ground, just like anything. It's easy, super easy.
It'll lift it.
Yeah, they could lift it up literally and just let it fall over and get into the pool area. The fence shall be designed and constructed so that it does not allow a fear of 4 inches in diameter under the mesh panel. Maximum vertical clearance from the bottom of the mesh fence and the solid surface shall not be more than 4 inches from grade or decking. An attachment device shall attach each barrier section at a height not lower than 45 inches. So each one of these panels, say they're 5 foot wide, that connector in between the panels has to be at 45 inches or higher. Can't be lower, because then you're just enticing a kid to try and take it apart or climb up it. Most of the ones I've seen personally, I had one around a kidney-shaped pool, came with snap hooks that connected the 2 posts together, and it were at 45 inches. Common attachment devices include and are not limited to devices that provide security equal to or greater than that of a hook and eye type latch incorporating a spring actuated retainer. There you go. Where a hinge gate is used with a mesh fence, the gate shall comply with sections 305.3 of the 2015 Pool Code. I will be going over gates here shortly. Patio deck sleeves such as vertical posts, receptacles that are placed inside the patio surface shall be of a non-conductive material. It's basically a hardened plastic sleeve. You drill your 1.5-inch hole, drop it in, hit it with a hammer, make sure it's in there good. I think depending on what you're using as grade, your receivers can go 12, 14, 16, 18 inches deep, depending on the fence you buy. They can be installed by the homeowner. I pulled up one day, guy was finishing putting his posts in on his own. Some of the posts are square, just drive them in like they would a T-post, but the connections, the height, it all remains the same, 48 inches. You got to watch your clearance under grade. It all falls into part here.
Any idea on the cost of those things? If you get any feedback about are they expensive or cheaper than doing them around the whole yard?
Let's see, Katrina was in 05. In February of 7, when I bought my house in Houston and put this fence up around the pool, it was $2,200 installed. And I proved that it does work. I, at that time, was probably 180 pounds and ran into the fence, and it slung me back. So they claim it'll hold up to a 250-pound person falling into the fence. My kids couldn't climb over it. But what I will tell you is, 2-year-olds or 2.5-year-olds can figure out how to open the swing gate of the mesh fence. Most of these fences, or even your metal fences, come with the swing gate that's got the magnetic popper that's everybody's seen when you go to a condo in Alabama or Florida around the pool. They got the popper up here. Okay. My children took a tub from Walmart, flipped it over, the taller of the two, stood on top of it, pulled the popper up. His brother opened the fence, he dropped the popper, got off, moved the tub, opened the fence, and both of them were sitting next to the pool with their feet in the water. So, these come with locks. Make sure you tell your people use them. But that's what happens. So when you get kids together, they wreak havoc on everything. Gates shall comply with requirements for the fence and shall be equipped with a locking device. Most of these mesh fences, or any gate, should be self-closing, self-latching, unless it is a utility entrance. I'll get to that in a second too. It says right here, as a matter of fact, number 3, gates other than pedestrian access gates shall be locked at all times. Doesn't matter, according to the code, it doesn't matter whether they're self-closing, self-latching. If it's a gate to access the yard that's not a pedestrian, it needs to stay locked at all times. Pedestrian access gates shall open outward away from the pool area and shall be self-closing, self-latching, whether it's spring-loaded hinges. The spring that goes on the wood gate should be your typical little pop-up latch when it closes. Where the release mechanism of the self-latching device is located now this gets confusing, so stop me and ask questions if you have to. Where the release mechanism of the self-latching device is located less than 54 inches from the bottom of the gate, the release mechanism shall be located on the pool side of the gate, 3 inches down from the top of the gate. The gate and barrier shall have no opening larger than 1/2 inch within 18 inches of the release mechanism. So, it's like, yeah, you're absolutely right. When you walk up to a gate, most gates on pre-existing areas that people want to put pools in, the latch and release is down here at 30-something inches, 42 inches if you're lucky. So when I show up and it's like that, and I'm like, well, this needs to go up here and be on the other side. And I get looked at like, what? I'm like, okay, just take the post off the fence, leave your handle, put you a release on the other side of the fence, 3 inches down from the top, solves the problem. But it's to prevent a kid from opening the gate. Even if you bring it up higher, they're still going to try and find something to stand on, sit on one another's shoulders, stand on a knee, doesn't matter, they're still going to try and figure it out. So the best bet's put it on the other side where they can't reach over a 6-foot fence. Guys like me that are vertically challenged can't hardly reach over a 6-foot fence, so, that's the whole point. Not that I want to go in anybody's backyard and go swimming without being invited anyway. Double or multiple gates. Double gates or multiple gates shall have at least one leaf secured in place. A little drop, twist, keeps it locked. But the other side shall be self-latching device. It doesn't say it has to be self-closing, just self-latching, that if you take that swing and you throw it to it, it'll catch it and lock itself. It's still, like right here, you're still dealing with the 1/2 inch, 18 inches. The self-latching device shall comply with requirements of latches. The very next paragraph goes into telling you that it's got to be 54 inches from grade, which is every popper on a fence. So every time you've gone to a swimming pool at a condo, somebody's house that's got a metal fence, you see their popper is raised 6 inches higher than the top of the fence. That's why. Because the pool code says that plunger has to be 54 inches from grade. But it still applies with the 1/2 inch, 18 inches, so a kid can't get their hands in there, mess with it, pull it up, you know. What I thought about is the little cup that the end of the plunger goes into is magnetic. So when is a kid finally going to get it in their head that they can take a screwdriver and just pop it up and you're done, you know? So that's why it's best to lock the lock that comes with it, with the key. Latches. Yeah, right here. The release mechanism shall be located on the pool or spa side of the gate, not less than 3 inches below the top of the gate, and the gate barrier shall not have opens greater than 1/2 inch, 18 inches. All right. Time to create hate and discontent among the ranks. Door window alarms. Where a wall of the dwelling serves as part of the barrier, doors with direct access to the pool shall be equipped with a pool hazard entrance alarm, water hazard entrance alarm, which produces a really loud audible warning when the door is open. And I mean really loud. We're talking 20 decibels less than the Rolling Stones concert in the Dome. 100 decibels is basically what all of them come at. The alarm shall be listed and labeled accordance with UL 2017, and the deactivation switch shall be located a minimum 54 inches above the finished door. So, you're looking at the back wall of the house, got one door going out, that door should have an alarm on it. The reason it's at 54 inches minimum is so a kid can't turn it off when they open the door. When you go to look at these UL alarms, you can find them on Amazon, Home Depot, Lowe's has them, pool supply houses have them. Some come with bypass switches that can be extended away from it. That bypass switch cannot be less than 54 inches. Unless you're in an accessible house that is, you know, someone's handicapped in a wheelchair, whatever the case may be, then that bypass can drop down to 48 inches. Not less than 48 inches. But that's a special circumstance, I would think. On a normal basis, double-sided tape, magnetic contact on the door, fits in the door. As soon as it opens, it breaks. You physically have to walk up to this thing, push the button for it to go off. They do have on-off switches that come with them, and I'm going to leave that right there. I'm not even going to address the on-off switch on this thing.
What about the window ovens? Do they work the same exact way?
Same exact way. It is the exact same alarm. It doesn't change for the window. All it is breaking a magnetic contact, whether it's breaking it this way or whether it's breaking it this way. Once that magnetic contact's broken, it screams bloody murder. Now, do you want me to touch on the screens that we talked about this morning?
Touch on the windows about needing to be, if they're less than 48 inches, they're supposed to have.
Right. If the sill of the window is less than 48 inches, it's supposed to have an alarm. So basically every house built with a back wall that faces the backyard that has a pool in it, or not, is going to be lower than 48 inches. So every window should technically have an alarm on it.
What if my window is not higher than 54 inches?
What part of your window is not higher than 54 inches?
I can't have the deactivation device under 54 inches.
That would be for a door.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
But that's just the trigger. I mean, you put the sensor up as high as you want. The reason
the sensor's on the trigger.
But it's a box. I mean, it's a box that's literally 2 inches by 1.5 inches. I mean, if the top, here's the problem. The part of your window that physically opens, dude, there's no way that alarm's going higher than 54 inches. So whoever came up with this part of the code, did they take this into consideration? I can't answer that. All I know is that it tells you it needs one on the window. So you're right. If it has to be at 54 inches, it's going to scream as soon as a kid opens a window. A 2-year-old can lift a window. So as soon as it goes off, hopefully the alarm will freak the kid out. The kid will go running. Parents come running, shut it off, problem solved. If they get the window open and the parents don't hear them, hopefully the screen, their new windows, the screens insert from the inside, the kid pushes on it, can't get it out. You could put the safety devices in the window that physically have to be pinched and removed. Code doesn't say you have to do that, it just says an alarm. If your homeowners have kids, then, use your best judgment. Give them every option possible.
Well, as a building official, I would look at it, if you do have the window, the wall of windows or window that leads out to the pool area, you can put the locking devices on the windows, same as you do in an emergency escape and rescue opening. Some of the windows come with the little latches that only allow it to open 4 feet. So you can put safety devices on that that'll only allow that den window to open up 4 inches. In lieu of the alarm.
Right.
Some of the discussions we had was about, do screens protect it? Well, some of the newer windows that you'll see out there, some of the vinyl windows, you actually insert the screens from the inside, and it has the stop around there, so the screen can't be pushed out. Would it stop a toddler? I seem to think so. So I think that would be a case by case that we would look at. But for safety reasons, the best thing is put the little locking mechanism on. Only allow the window to open up 4 inches, or put the alarm.
Right. And what's going to happen is, I get put in a position where you've got a 11-year-old house. The windows, the screens insert from the outside, put them in, pull your little tabs, hook it, and it's in place. Well, I can tell you right now, if anybody had kids like my twin boys were at 2.5 years old, that screen's coming out when the window goes up, period. I don't care how you look at it. Even if they got to push it, the aluminum frame of the mesh is going to bend, they're going to get it out, and they're going to get it out quick. So what do? I have to sit there and look at it and tell them, okay, you need to go and get these inserts for the windows. Because it's got to be protected, period. It's a life safety issue, is what it boils down to. So once that happens, it is, there's no excuse they can come up with to me to tell me I can't do it, it won't happen. Well, then we have a problem. And it's all pre-existing issues that I come up with. You have subdivisions where, I ran into this, you have subdivisions where house is built, fences are put up, everybody, depending on their choice, puts solid side in so they can see the nice pretty flat side, and then you end up with a homeowner who builds a house, puts a pool in, they're good to go. Their inspection pass. Well, the next door neighbor decides, I'm going to go put a pool in. Well, guess what? You put a pool in, now those 3 stringers that was on your neighbor's side who passed their inspection, that fence prevents you from passing your pool inspection because now you have a climbable fence going in the backyard of your neighbor. Whose fault is it? It's nobody's fault. But whose responsibility is it? That's amongst the neighbors. Whose fence is it? Well, if it's the neighbor on this side, then okay, talk to your neighbor, see if you can put boards across the stringers on the other side. And if you don't want to do that, then you physically have to come into your yard and build another fence, and I think it's at a distance of 3 feet.
3 feet.
You have to come off of that fence 3 feet inside your yard and build a whole nother fence around your pool. It's a whole lot easier just to put your pool in and put a fence directly around it. You know. And something else I need to touch on, with these fences, they cannot be directly next to your pool or spa. The only time that happens is if it's an on-ground pool, which basically above-ground pool. They have fences that you can mount to the top rail, metal fences. You got ladders. The ladders have to be lockable, removable. If the ladder is removable, there has to be a piece that goes into place where it is removed. You cannot have gaps larger than 4 inches. But on an in-ground pool, you have to be 3 feet, 36 inches off of the pool all the way around. Minimum 3 feet. Reason being, they don't want a kid going up the fence being able to jump right into the pool. So if you were to come just to the lip of a pool, most lips are probably 4 to 6 inches. If you put that fence directly at the edge, that kid hops over it, slips, cracks their head on the edge, in the pool, drowns. Story goes on and on and on, you know, and then the lawsuits come. So we're at a horizontal distance of 36 inches, top of the fence at 48, all the way around. The above ground pools, just touched on the ladder. Openings created, the 4-inch sphere. When you remove the ladder, got to be able to close that hole in. They have ladders that fold up and lock, cannot be climbable, even though Gary went to a class where they had one of these ladders that folded up, and they watched a 3-year-old climb up it. Yeah. It's supposed to be an unclimbable ladder. Yeah. Anything that they say a kid can't do, kid's going to prove you wrong, period. So, something to take into consideration. Prohibited locations. Barriers shall be located to prohibit permanent structures, equipment, or similar objects from being used to climb. The whole idea of a fence around a pool is to keep people out. If they can climb over it, then you got to change the fence. If your neighbor puts a pile of wood up against their side of the fence for their fireplace, that becomes a climbable structure for a kid to get over the fence into your backyard, into your pool. Lattice work up against a fence for vines to grow, like my grandmother used to do, nice and pretty. Vine covers a lot. That right there makes it climbable over the fence in your backyard to your pool. Decorative fencing with cutouts of horses, moons, stars, whatever you want. You cannot have a gap bigger than 1 3/4 inches in any of those cutouts. Once again, becomes a climbable fence. Kid gets in your backyard. I touched on the diagonals. Diagonals, 1 3/4 inches space. You know, fences that have nice pretty points at the top of them, that also have a half vertical in between the full verticals. If that gap spacing is wider than 1 3/4 inches, it doesn't matter whether it's got a point on the top of it or not. A kid with a tennis shoe can put his foot on top of the point, go over the top of the fence, call it a day. Got to change it. I've actually had to fail one on that and then explain why. Even though the gap spacing was so wide, I could take my boot and go pretty much across to the ball of my foot inside of that fence and climb right over the top of it, because it was a half in between the two full-length verticals. So it has become really tricky. It's not just a simple, let's go make sure the pedestrian fences and the gates self-close, self-latch. That's not it anymore. You've got alarms on the doors, windows, the whole bit.
So we see a lot of ornamental aluminum.
Yep.
And wrought iron fences. So the horizontals at the bottom and the top, what was that distance again? And that's
45 inches.
45 inches. And, and that can be a problem.
Yes, it can. A 48-inch fence. You're 48 inches. You have to have 45 inches in between your cross members. So if they suck them up higher to where you have a nice 4-inch at the bottom, a nice 4-inch at the top, you're done. Fence doesn't pass. You know, you're only allowed 1.5 inches both ways on a 48-inch fence. Do I have to be the bad guy? Yes, I do. Because anything under that 45 inches, kid goes over the fence. Some of the metal fences have 4-inch horizontal up from the bottom, 34 inches has a cross member with a box at the top that's another 6 inches with the top. And it's like, can't do it. You know, the 3 inspections I had a few weeks ago, one of those fences was the problem. And I sent him all the pool requirements, and you know, we talked on the phone, and he called me back and said, look, the next 2 you have are from me also, and they're probably not going to make it. Well, I went and looked at one of them, came across a beautiful double wide gate, nice vertical, a nice diagonal on it, and it was to swing, it was to keep the gate from sagging. Well, that diagonal was at a 4-inch space on the verticals, and I could have climbed up that swing gate and jumped the fence. Subdivisions with big ponds, lakes, Oak Harbor, canals, the whole bit. We have come across people putting fences all the way to the water line, going down the sides, leaving the backside open. And I think it's
18 inches.
They have to come in 18 inches and
18 inches past the water's edge.
Past the water's edge. So when they're running down, they just adding a little piece and then adding fence 18 inches past the edge. So a kid can't walk down this way, swing around it, and keep walking. It's kind of like in any place that's got a drainage canal that, like, I grew up on the South Shore, so Bonneville and all of those canals that ran out to the lake, you could walk up to it, and then it was like this big nasty prong thing sticking out at you where you couldn't swing around it. So as long as that fence travels past the water's edge 18 inches to prevent somebody from swinging around it or a kid from getting around it, that's great. But if you got a kid that jumps in the pond or jumps in the lake, jumps in the canal, swims up to your backyard and decides, I just got out this nasty water, but I'd rather go swimming in the pool. Well, there's nothing you can really do about that, you know, unless you put a fence across the back, all the way across the back, you know. There have been instances of kids walking past a 1.5 acre, 2 acre lake just to go jump in somebody's pool. So, yes, sir.
I have a question that may sound strange.
Okay.
You've touched on a lot of different things about what is required to fence in a pool.
Yes.
But you haven't touched on what constitutes the actual depth of the water qualified as a pool.
It's 2 feet. Code says 2 feet. Classifies it as a pool. Now, with that being said, this comes into this is going to come into, don't want to create hate, but it takes 2 inches for someone to drown. So when you are putting, less than that. I mean, basically as long as you're covering mouth and nose. It used to be 2 inches, maybe it's 1 inch now, I don't know. But when you are putting in a pool, new construction, house, pool, your certificate of occupancy will be held up if that pool has water in it and there is no barrier around that pool. It can be temporary, but there has got to be a barrier around the pool, whether it's a mud hole or freshly sprayed gunite, whatever. If it's a plastic insert, fiberglass insert, it doesn't matter. We will not give a building final